1924 is these years he's calling out.
Maybe he converts.
Battery 100%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
Haley Stevens from Michigan, and I just want to say from the heart of automotive country, Joe Biden has passed the keys to Kamala Harris to be the first woman, the next president of the United States. Kamala Harris loves Michigan. She was there making sure. Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does. It does, because she was in our state making sure we were getting vaccinated. When we rolled out the Rescue Act, she's been there doing the infrastructure bill rollout, making sure that
What about Flint?
Executed, and she has been shining alongside our manufacturing economy. Every time I see our next president of the United States, I tell her, please come to the mitten, because we love you and you fire us up. So I'm so proud to stand here alongside my sisters, elect Democratic women who do the work to get women into office. And now we are taking
That's the goal, women in office.
Which is to get
the world will be better.
Harris as our next president. This is
a big moment.
I am so proud of President Biden. I was proud to support him, and I am proud to support him now in endorsing
When I came to office, conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. That's not the case anymore.
There was President Biden addressing the nation last night for the first time since dropping out of the presidential election, touting his China policy. Just hours before that speech, however, the U.S. sent out fighter jets to intercept 2 Chinese and 2 Russian long-range. Well, here is a video of Trump at a rally. This one kind of gives me chills because this is something that happens all the time. You know, he's coming in the 2024 election, and this is the kind of stuff, a good example of.
In so many ways. Hi, Mr. Trump. I was Miss Wisconsin USA in 2005.
Okay.
And
I can see why.
Thank you. You have been, I just want to say thank you. You saved me in so many ways. In recent years, I've been struggling with an incurable illness, and I'm on home care now. It was caused by a doctor's medical negligence. And in those dark days, fighting, right now all the tubes have been removed, and I have a do not resuscitate order, and I have a 7-year-old son. And in those days in the hospital, I received from you a handwritten letter that said, to the bravest woman I know. And
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
He sends a letter to this lady, just random lady. He didn't even know her. Could you imagine Biden doing that now? No way. There's no way that Biden would be able to do something like that.
Move on. Such a wonderful, beautiful woman. I mean, just an amazing woman. And are you coming along okay?
No, sir, but that's okay, because I'm here right now to thank you in person, and that was my biggest dream. And I wanted to thank you because through you and your organizations, my son, who is Mexican American, 7 years old, through your organizations and just being able to stand on that stage with you back in 2005, the outpouring of love that came from that ultimately provided my son, when he graduates high school, with a full ride to college. And that was
great. And you know what we'll do? We're going to watch him. You're going to watch him, Tanya. Tana, watch him.
And,
we're going to be watching your boy, okay? But you're going to hopefully be around. You're not going to have anybody watching. You're going to hopefully be around. Those doctors are going to be so wrong. But we'll be helping you.
So we thank you. God bless you. And just, you know, he's a Mexican American. and you, because of your efforts, have sent him to college. And I've been writing letters to him for when I'm in heaven to tell him that what you've done for him, now he has a great responsibility to pay it forward, just as you have done for us. And I can't thank
That's
you.
so nice. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I have to go down and say hello. Is that okay?
Wow. It's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. Didn't expect that one. Ham might be having a call, which I'll include you on, but there's going to be a Fngr Zoom call at noon, which I have to get set up for. And, oh, I've got to call into him.
William, you there? Hold on.
Yeah, I'm here.
William, I went through a couple of things already, and the stock is starting to move. It's 211, 215, 39,000 shares. I was explaining to everyone, how is the short going to cover 1.7 million when there's no more naked short selling holding it down? There are no sellers. Shareholders are super educated, I believe, in FingerMotion and other naked shorted names. I believe that we have free inside information. No one can go to jail for this. Pat Byrne will get into the SEC and he will clean up naked short selling. You know the date, it's 76 days away. The shorts can play games, think they hold out. What would you do, William? I would do the same thing as they're doing, making believe that there's no short here at all. Even if it's, forget 230 million, let's make it 30 million shares. We traded 39,000 shares today. How are they going to cover it? 30 million shares would change your life, trying to cover. Imagine 230 million.
Wait till they learn a lesson in corporate finance. Equity isn't the only way to raise capital for a company.
Yeah, they should do it. They should do it through debt. Why not?
Debt.
Everybody, AMC raises money through debt. They just basically move back their debt a bunch of years, and everyone's yelling, this is the biggest thing the company's ever done, move their debt back. So listen, there's other ways to do it, but I'm focusing on the election. People, this is like FingerMotion. I'm going to give you an example of FingerMotion. Pick any stock, though. You pick your own poison. FingerMotion is going from the FDA in 76 days. And we know they're going to get approval. That's how I look at the event with Pat Byrne. When a company's going to go in and they have the cure for cancer and they're going to get approval in 76 days, I expect the stock and any shorts to finally give up on the stock. That's how I look at the situation. That's what I see. That's 100% what I believe. Okay, this is a naked short. Is like you can't believe me. It's like you've seen it in GameStop. You don't need me to explain it anymore. That's why I'm here. I'm not here for a stock to go up $1, $5. It's done it 3 times already. These guys need to get wiped out. All right, this is a criminal operation. It's been going on too long, 36 years to be exact. Pat Byrne knows about it. Pat Byrne, you spent $30 million suing Goldman and Merrill Lynch over naked short selling. This guy is going to be ruthless. All right. And we're working on setting up a big thing with all the big players so everybody can understand who we're trying to get all on one call today. Not today. As soon as it's set up, we'll let everybody know who we can get to get on a call so we can bring you up to speed and freshen up this 76-day event. All right. I'll leave it at that. So things are happening behind the scenes. Just let it be. We're trying our best. I told him about GTII. Richard said next week there's a big hearing on who's going to become the receiver in this company on GTII. And again, how did they cover in FingerMotion 230 million shares? We all know they're here. And one thing people need to understand is that stocks like GameStop, which we reported on many times, no one ever questioned about who bought the 120 million shares that the company sold. I believe that changed the dynamic of the short squeeze. If you guys still want to believe in it, good luck. I said to trade it, you got to buy the dips, sell the rip in that name. That's what I believe there. I think AMC has done the same thing. I think you guys need to find different stocks. KOSS, if you like to play. If you want to play Tesla, you want to play whatever stock you want to play. Again, this phone call is something William and others have been following for a while. And Lynn Partners is the guy that's most likely tied to this thing. He's the leader, quarterbacking this thing, and his friends are the executioners, as we call it. Do you have anything you want to say, William?
No, you got it. There's going to be a FingerMotion Zoom call in 30 minutes.
Yeah, in 30 minutes. I told everyone, William, if anyone gets the opportunity, how does the naked short affect management and employees, the morale of the company? I told them, imagine working for a cancer company and you got, warrants or you got stock exercisable at $5 or $8 and the stock goes down to $1. And the FDA, you have to hang in there till you get the approval. A lot of the scientists and employees leave because they make money from the sale of this stock. They're allowed to make a sale. And these guys, they destroy the morale of companies based on that. So again, these are things that a question that you can ask the company. Anyone wants to, please ask them about the special dividend. What's the timeline? Do they think they'll get approval? This is all out in the open. That's not inside information. The company will tell you what's going on, things like that. And what other crazy questions you have, ask management. Ask them about China. Ask them what the growth is for them. Where do they see? Ask them the questions. You guys, the CEO is going to be on the call. Don't be afraid. If you can ask the questions. All right. This company is working hard to help build a company. Unfortunately, they get attacked like all these other idiots because of debt spiral financing. Lynn Partners is the criminal. We all know it. Everybody knows about it, who it is. Their new victims are KNW and this GMGI. And you know what? If I was an investor, do your homework, stay away from those names. If you like to go see the history of Lynn, SYTA, they murdered that company. Go look and see what happened to them. The 52-week high is $43. It's 43 cents. Look at the criminals, what they did in TI. Go look at before this stock was trading at $5 on 1 billion shares. They reversed it back up to 15, and it's now 12 cents again. I mean, that's the destruction. People don't see how much money has been taken from the system on these things. And William, I guess I have to run to an appointment, but again, I just wanted you to make sure investors ask the questions. If there is a Q&A, ask questions. William, you probably got a bunch of questions you have in your mind. I'm blank. But again, I posted 30 videos of Pat Byrne. If you don't think this guy's a bulldog and he's not out for blood, go watch the videos. He didn't waste years of his life getting subpoenaed by the SEC, thrown under the bus, reporters, CNBC, everybody making fun of him. This is payback time for all the people that have been robbed. And we are in the front line, FNGR, because of my relationship with that gentleman. I will make sure we're at the table. All right? If GTI can get their act together, I'll drag them along because they got the proof from the government about the naked short. MMTLP, I always will help those people out. I have a lot of friends there. All right? So again, I have to run to an appointment. William, have any thoughts? I just wanted to do something quick before I ran out the door.
I think it's interesting, and it's too bad for guys like me who don't have the quid, but I think it's interesting that Fngr is waking up. I know charts don't matter, but this is good, this action. It's low volume. If Martin Shen says anything that indicates profitability, that indicates big contracts, that indicates that he's not going to raise equity down here, I personally think Fngr can go to $3 very quickly.
Well, that's a good question. Raising money down here, and what was the other question? New contracts.
New contracts.
Money.
And are you gonna? I don't know if we can ask him that, but if he's going to be meeting with this institutional group in New York. So
that's yeah. I don't think you want to ask that
no,
question.
I don't think that's. I don't think that's
Forget-
something.
Forget you ever heard that. That came from the institutional side. You know what? You can ask him. Who cares?
I mean,
there's people that
you
work-
didn't hear it from the insider. You heard it from an institutional
I heard from my
salesman.
friend who's a broker. My friend's on the institutional desk. It's on his calendar.
Yeah.
You know, so again, I forgot about that. You know, listen, there's a lot of moving parts. I try to recap them. I can't remember them all the time. But again, as the stock starts to move up, you can see them come in, try to make it short and hold it down. And William, I'll leave everybody with this. Remember, if the shorts thought they can win, they let the stocks go higher. They fight. As soon as it goes up a dime, they come back out, trying to hold it back down. They can't get momentum. They can't meet margin. Remember that short squeeze trigger was 473. I think it's around $4 right now. So it's dropped 73 cents. Remember, there's a lot of shares that was sold between, $2 and $5, leave it at that number. So the average price comes down slowly. In DJT, they've been piling in shares down here at the $30 level. So that 54 number has got to be way below 50 right now, probably $48, I think. Right? That's when every share that they sold goes completely underwater, and that means they're losing on every share that they sold. That's the short squeeze trigger number. All right, and that is an important part of the game. Remember, we're not making up the data. The data is real. One guy asked me that I'm making up stuff. Some guy posted or attacked me on Twitter that I'm posting stuff about, making up stuff about Patrick Byrne. Well, just go listen.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Are you there? I don't know what happened. Or I'm going to end that. I don't know what happened. He disappeared, and I need to somehow figure out how to join into this meeting. Okay. So I'm ready to go in. I got to make sure my charger is on. Sorry, we got cut off, but he was going to end anyway very soon. Let me charge this to make sure you guys can hear it. And then let me make sure that we are on. Let's make sure that we're on the speaker that we want to be on. Okay.
We all watched your
I hate
rally
this
last
show,
night
but
indoors. Of course,
let me
the
see if
Secret
I can
Service
get
suggested
this.
you have indoor rallies, given what happened to you less than 2
Bluetooth.
weeks ago. Earlier this week, we heard from the Secret Service director.
Connected to William S.
Good
iPad
question. She didn't
and
really
Bill's
give any
iPhone.
answers. Yesterday, Christopher Wray, the FBI director, was on. He had
Not
lots more
working.
things we had never heard before, including.
So that's not working. Let me try it again. Try a different video. I had it working this morning.
Praise the Lord for Mark Robinson. This fearless man.
How do I get it on the speaker? Connected.
Connected to William S. iPad and Bill's
Okay,
iPhone.
so why? Or maybe I'll just turn off my phone for a second. so there's no confusion.
And a guy you're seeing on your screens right now just gave one of the most incredible truth-dropping speeches that any of our eardrums will ever have the privilege of being
How do
blessed
I
to
move
hear.
it to
And I
the
sure hope
speaker?
Donald Trump is listening, because this is the vice president that he needs. Someone to not only help make America great again, but more importantly, make America godly again. And unless you're someone that absolutely hates Jesus
How do I
Christ
get it
and our
to the
United
speaker?
States Republic, then you're going to love this right here. It's so good that I'm not even going to show my face or interject a single thought outside of this introduction. And right away, some of y'all are like, hallelujah, that's what we've been waiting for. But either way, let's get it popping.
Very first thing we're going to do is
Connected to
always, we're going to give
William
thanks to our Lord
S.
and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Bill's
Are
iPhone.
there recorders in this room?
All right. When all else fails, turn it off and restart.
Mobile device not found. Ready to connect.
Yeah, your mama's ready to connect. I know you can hear it, but not perfectly. I want to get it on the Bose speaker. All right, now let's see if it does it.
Bill's iPhone.
All right, so are we connected? Chick, are we connected? I want to be connected here. Disembodied voice.
Mobile device not found. Ready to connect. Connected to William S. iPad.
There. There, you're connected. You are really connected now. Tap to read. All right. All right.
Yo,
There it goes.
so we back. We are back. Y'all already know what time it is, man. More stuff for y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Controversial, historical. You know
There
what
we
I'm saying?
go. So we can save it.
Political controversy. Pop culture. So let's get it. So I saw this video out there, man. So apparently this was like maybe 2020, and this was a black rights activist who walks through a Trump rally. And I want to see, like, is most time on the
I'll
black
watch
right.
that later. I know that probably doesn't interest anybody. I'll leave my phone off so that this connects. And no, Ham's not talking. He had to go. He had to go. But the disconnection mark was on his end, not on my end. So I hung up because I have to make sure that I'm ready to go on this Zoom call. I'm Stoney, I'm worried. I'm not worried, but I would have liked to participate. All right, let me go get in this Zoom call. Join meeting, open, join meeting, waiting. Now this Skyline Signature Series, just so you guys know, for the Boo Birds, Skyline is receiving money and compensation for doing this. So the information is all biased. The only unbiased information out there are the people that come with no name, and they come in here to spread fear and doubt. Those are the only unbiased people. Anyway, just to let you know, there's a disclaimer here that they get paid. But anyway, what I wanted to tell you, Stoney, is let me go to NASDAQ since I turned my phone off. I just want the communication to be to the speaker. Fingers on the move. It's 214.5. And I'm just sitting as an observer. If I had had money yesterday, day before this morning, I would have bought the $2 calls, 2 or 3 of them, but I don't have the money. So then you look at the chart, Stoney, and I'm just talking short term. I agree with you. You buy it to hold, but you look at the chart of Fngr, and it's going to be scary for the day trader shorts. I think they're going to have to cover by the end of the day. The chart has, and this is what I was seeing in the chart yesterday and this morning. The chart is breaking to the 20-day moving average, which is around 220. If it breaks through that, these guys are going to scramble to cover, and the stock's going to go to 263. If it breaks through that, 325 is next. And that's your trade. And I think it's going to be a good call. I think the day trader, boo birds, shorts, cowards, evil guys, they're going to be caught short. They're going to be caught short at noon. It might take until 1 o'clock, but they're going to be caught short. This stock has massive, massive buying potential. It's not huge yet today, but to go from $2 to $2.15 on this chart is a big move, and I don't think it's over with. It's not a promise, it's a prediction. I know your bipolar mind. The bluebirds are what spins around your head when the stock goes up. You're going to be standing there, technical knockout, and the bluebirds are going to be running around your head. I said boo birds, boo birds. You know what you're doing. Guys like you. Hey, Maverick. All right. I'm signed in, but let me make sure I'm on that page just in case. Survey says, oh, I got to join again. See, I'm glad I checked. All right. You'll hear it. Hopefully you hear it there. You'll definitely hear it here. Now, for discussion later, I want to go over, I can try to do a little bit about this little gold company who could become really big. We can talk again about the gold miners index, the junior gold miners index. And then we can go over the Logic news release from 2 months ago about their acquisition, which I think is going to will be concluded because it says it in this press release by the end of July. Well, we're pretty close to the end of July, so we can talk about that. And then I wanted to talk, we've got a little time now. One of the guys that I trust very much, Egon von Greiritz, if I say his name correctly, he's multilingual. English is not his first language. I don't think he's Swiss, but he lives in Switzerland. I think he's one of the other nations there, like Sweden, but the why? So he's the founder and chairman of Gold Switzerland, a place for you wealthy people I highly recommend. But you need a big minimum to join his vaults. It is not my vault. July 24, 2024, hot off the press. The failure of Western financial structures, including the currency system, is in its final stages. Now, this has been a drum he's beaten, as many people have, for a while. But I think we're there now. Maybe we're not. Maybe it takes longer, but I think you need to have some of this in your roadmap. Honey, do I take the exit now? Do I take the exit now, honey? Let me look at the map. Do I take the exit now or do I keep going? Let me look at the map. Oh, you should have taken the exit. You need someone giving you some ideas of where we're going. All right, so avoid the coming debacle with your personal gold bank. The failure of Western financial structures, including the currency system, is in its final stages. Sadly, no one takes any notice yet. Global debt has already tripled this century, 20 years, tripled. With the dollar and most currencies having lost 98.5% of their purchasing power since the president took the dollar off the gold window. He said nix on that in 1971. Experts say the U.S. can never default as they have a printing press. Whatever lies the U.S. and European government nation's currency is an absolute default. All other explanations are just noise. With global debt at around 350 trillion and global GDP at, do you know what the global gross domestic product is? Which is a bit of a misnomer, isn't it? The total international product. Global GDP, he says, is 100 trillion. I'm surprised it's that high. So global debt is 350 trillion. Global GDP is 100 trillion. The global debt to GDP is 350%. That's global. With over 100% debt to GDP being let me start that over. Over 100% debt to GDP is unsustainable and cannot be financed over the long term. 350% debt to GDP is bankruptcy. With financial markets distorted and leveraged to the hilt, global risk today is greater than ever. There is an obvious path that small and big investors can take to minimize the risk ahead. The best solution is to create your own gold bank that will almost entirely eliminate financial risk and provide instant liquidity. In addition, compared to virtually all other asset classes, it will enhance your wealth substantially in the coming years. Now, everybody's talking about gold now. Everybody is. Idiots talk about gold. It's in the front pages. But gold really hasn't moved yet. When I see things in the headlines, I usually think you're going to get a pullback, and maybe we will. But I've been talking about gold before it was cool. I remember when it wasn't cool. I didn't talk about it then. In the 80s and 90s, I didn't talk about it. But I've been talking about it longer than I've been talking about it for a while. Terminal illness, United States and Europe. I have the FingerMotion Zoom call right here. It's spinning. As soon as it starts, it says waiting for the host to start this webinar. And remember, the host is getting paid. So when the boo birds come on and they say, oh, I understand that so-and-so got some shares of something or other, so therefore their information is all bad. Trust the boo birds. They're here to help you. They are here. They're doing it for free. They don't give you their name. They never have anything positive to say, but they're here to help. All right, US and Europe, terminal illness. We are not just talking about terminal illness for the United States of America. European and probably Japanese. I've been saying that to you. New York, London, Tokyo. And maybe his point, it's the rest of Europe. I've always been amazed that Germany hasn't already hived off and gone with Russia / Iran / China. Their train tracks just need to be widened a bit, and they can start producing down into Asia. But they're sticking with us for some reason. Good for us. We are not just talking about terminal illness in the United States. European and probably Japanese, which are all fatally wounded by debt, deficits, and decadence with no chance of recovering in the next few hundred years. The United States, European, and probably Japanese countries are all fatally wounded by debt, deficits, and decadence with no chance of recovering in the next few hundred years. The change that's coming, while we sit here and we have the luxury of hurling stones and saying GTII this, GTII that, GTII forever, racing up to us are life-changing changes. That GTI is a gnat on the back of an elephant. You've got to start thinking about gold, silver, platinum, whatever you know how to do, live where you want to live, make friends with your neighbors, start exercising, have a good pair of walking boots, have some food, have a solar power recharger, make sure your water is clean, water filters. And guess what? You got to have gold and silver and platinum and other things. But you can get it through the miners too. You get it through the miners. That's where the leverage will be. And it's starting to turn. And when the geniuses who run hedge funds, they start changing their mind and they all pile in, so they're all in the first quintile of performance, so they can charge you 2%, 20%. The bull market will be well and truly engaged. The bull market in metals. Don't forget copper. You can buy the big stocks too. The big stocks will move first, and then you can take some of your money out to roll it. It's all very predictable once it starts. We are also talking about China and many emerging market economies with debt, as well as demographic and structural problems, which, even though not incurable, will slow down their economies for many years, yet not to the same extent as in the West. So, are the United States and European countries now banana republics? A banana republic can be described as a highly stratified, that's USA, highly stratified, politically unstable socioeconomic structure, politically unstable, sounds right, with a small ruling class who controls access to wealth and resources. Sounds like the United States. That definition certainly fits the United States and Europe, with a small elite of 1%, 5 minutes, owning 1/3 of the total wealth in the United States. 1% owns 1/3 of the wealth in the United States. Global financial assets are 600 trillion. Global financial assets are 600 trillion, including private non-financial corporations, plus potentially global assets are 600 trillion, plus potentially 2 quadrillion of derivatives, much of which will become debt when the counterparties fail. That happened in my account in 2008. I had a lot of oil and gas, I think uranium, a Canadian resource. I think that's what it was. I had a lot of the smaller resource stocks. I have no debt. I had no margin. But what I failed to understand is they sold their production forward, which is fine. But when Bear Stearns and Shearson collapsed, those contracts were worthless. And that's what's going to happen potentially with derivatives. 2 quadrillion. 2 quadrillion. How can we expect a global value of the output of goods and services, that's the GDP, totaling 100 trillion to support debt of 350 trillion, plus the high risk of derivatives of 2 quadrillion exploding, or better said, imploding one day? This is a daisy chain and a Ponzi scheme scam all in one. Print money to inflate markets and then print some more money to keep it going. Sounds like what they do with the shares they sell that don't exist. As history tells us, this can only end in tears. He didn't say that. It can only end one way. As Joe Biden, we got 2 minutes. As Joe Biden finally decided not to stand for re-election, this will have little bearing on America's insoluble financial problems. The upcoming election will not change this risk. Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, or someone else cannot stop the avalanche of debt triggered back in 1971 with the closing of the gold window. It will reach its maximum force in the next 3 to 7 years. 3 to 7 years, maximum force. It could be earlier, but it also could take longer. Does that mean you should ignore it? I don't think so. Most of the signs we see tell us that it will be sooner. But as I often say, forecasting is a mug's game. It's hard to predict the future. It's hard to make predictions, especially about the future. So let's focus on imminent risk rather than if it happens tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. No empire and no currency system has ever survived. History tells us that no empire has ever survived, nor has any currency system. So anyone who believes that, quote, it's different this time because, unquote, ignores thousands of years of history. This is not meant to be sensational. It is based on history, which tells us that without exception, a debt crisis leads to a currency crisis with inflation, asset and debt implosion, political and geopolitical instability, and social unrest and war. Let's look at the collapse of the Roman Empire. Do we have to? Which underwent the same decline as we see today. It doesn't matter which empire we pick, since they all end the same way. The current US empire, with its European colonies, is more of a financial empire than a geographical one. I call Europe colonies with my tongue in cheek, because whatever the United States decides, for example, attacking Iraq, Libya, all right, here we go. I want to get it.
In progress.
Okay, I want to get the speaker going.
Battery 100%. Connected to William S. iPad.
Okay.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I'm Scott Powell, president of Skyline Corporate Communications Group, LLC. Skyline Corporate Communications Group, LLC provides strategic investor relations and corporate communications advisory services to public and late-stage private companies globally. Our team has worked with scores of U.S.-listed public companies from around the globe across diverse industries and various market caps. Please visit our website at www.skylineccg.com. Skyline Corporate Communications Group, LLC is pleased to welcome you to its proprietary branded webinar event, the Skyline Signature Series. We are very pleased to have our client, FingerMotion Incorporated, presenting today, a technology company listed on the NASDAQ stock market under ticker symbol FNGR. We hope you will find today's webinar informative and engaging. The Skyline Signature Series provides public companies with a convenient and effective forum to communicate their story to a diverse audience of carefully curated and selected financial professionals through live webinars. The information presented on today's webinar is not to be construed as an offer to sell, nor a solicitation of an offer to purchase any securities. Before I turn the floor over to FingerMotion Incorporated, I would like to point you to our 17B disclaimer and disclosure statement. Skyline Corporate Communications Group, LLC will receive compensation from FingerMotion Incorporated, NASDAQ FNGR, for providing investor relations services relating to FingerMotion Incorporated securities, including the preparation and distribution of this flyer and for hosting this virtual company presentation today. Skyline's fee is disclosed at skylineccg.com/disclosures in accordance with Securities and Exchange Commission Rule 17, subsection B. FingerMotion Incorporated is an evolving technology company with a core competency in mobile payment and recharge platform solutions in China. As the user base of its primary business continues to grow, the company is developing additional value-added technologies to market to its users. The vision of the company is to rapidly grow the user base through organic means and have this growth develop into an ecosystem of users with high engagement rates utilizing its innovative applications. Developing a highly engaged ecosystem of users would strategically position the company to onboard larger customer bases. FingerMotion eventually hopes to serve over 1 billion users in the China market and eventually expand the model to other regional markets. For more information on FingerMotion, visit fingermotion.com, FingerMotion.com. After FNGR's formal presentation, you will have the chance to ask a few questions during the Q&A session. Please type your questions into the Q&A box at the bottom center of your screen. I would now like to turn the floor over to Mr. Martin Shen, Chief Executive Officer of FingerMotion Incorporated. Martin?
He's talking.
Hi, Scott. Thank you so much.
There he is.
And thank you, Skyline, as always. Nice to see everyone again. And thank you for all those that are on this presentation and on the call. If you're new to FingerMotion, welcome. Happy to tell you about our story. So first, I'll share our screen. Hopefully, everyone can see that. Okay. As Scott mentioned, I am the President and CEO of FingerMotion. And what we'll have for this presentation really is idea, just so you know what we do as a company. Then we'll go through some real short presentation about our humble beginnings, and kind of where we came from, and then where we plan to go certainly within the next 6 to 12 months. So hopefully, when I go through this presentation, you understand all the different core businesses of what we do. And ultimately, the idea would be to fulfill our mission, which is to improve people's lifestyle through technology and innovation. And the idea would be through some data accumulation for data processing that we have in the back end through all our different core businesses. So what is it that we do at FingerMotion? We actually have probably about now 6 different core businesses. Here we have listed 4. First is our telecommunication business, our top-up business, which really is a payment processing business for telco and mobile phone users in China. Then we have an SMS and MMS business, which is text messaging. Then we have the next iteration really of SMS, which is RCS platform, or rich communication services. Then we have our big data insights arm, which is the big underlying company that we have, where there's data accumulation from all these different businesses. And we've named that company and that division Sapientus. And then we have 2 new businesses, which is a lifestyle app and an emergency response program. Those are 2 new businesses that we just announced this year. And I'll be excited to talk a bit more about that later on in this presentation. So first, let's talk about our core businesses. Top-up, our first business. Well, what is top-up? As a cell phone user in China, you use your phone, you use up the minutes. You use your phone, you use up the data. And what you have to do, in essence, is top up your account. In essence, pay into your account to keep your phone account active. And how you typically do this as a phone consumer is you would go onto an e-commerce website, a Pinduoduo or an Alibaba, find your respective phone provider's portal, click on it, and then pay into your account. Now, why would you go through an e-commerce portal? Well, in this instance, that e-commerce company will give you a rebate, maybe a coupon off the next time you shop on their website. And because so much shopping is done on those e-commerce portals, it's actually a no-brainer. It makes sense to kind of go through that process. Now, what we do at FingerMotion is we are that payment processor in the back end. So we connect that phone consumer and that e-commerce website to their respective phone provider and make sure that when they pay into their account is topped up, and then the payment is added to their account, and obviously the phone company gets paid. Our platform has been proven to be very robust, with very few failures and very few drop-offs, and that's why the phone companies can continue to use us. And you got to remember, the phone companies that we are aligned with now are China Mobile, China Unicom, and China Telecom, which covers, in essence, the whole country and has a user base of somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.5 to 1.6 billion user accounts. So that's a lot of payment processing that we have to go through. Obviously, we're not the only company out there, but we're certainly growing and hopefully one of the more reliant companies that the different phone companies look to handle their payment processing transactions. As a matter of fact, when we were issued the license probably about 6 years ago now, we're probably only one in a handful of companies that were given that license. So because of our success as a top-up company, the telcos then introduced a new business division, a new revenue stream for us, which is SMS and MMS bundling. The idea here is that the telcos have text messaging bundles. So let's say somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000, 200,000 different text messaging bundles. They take those at discounted prices and give them to us, and then we pass them on to our corporate partners that may want to send out a text message to their authorized customer lists. At the same time, we also have a government approval process in the back end and make sure that when that company wants to send out that text messaging bundle or text message to their respective customer, that message is authorized, because that you can't just send out any message. You can't send out and you can't send out any nationalistic or propaganda message. So it has to be reviewed and approved before it can go out. The reason this is still in play is that SMS and MMS bundling is still quite prevalent method in China as a way for companies to market their wares. And so what these companies get is not only the benefit of a discounted price to send out those messages, but also that governmental approval in the back end. So if they do have a quick message that they want to get out, they can get it out quickly and efficiently and at a discounted price. Now, because of the success of the SMS and MMS bundling, there's the next step, which is rich communication services, or RCS, which in essence is a platform which allows that company to put their message onto a, almost like a basket, and then send that basket out to their respective phone users. Now, this platform relies on the 5G infrastructure. And as many of you know, China is probably one of the world's leading 5G infrastructure. What RCS allows, it allows more complex transactions to be handled on the system, given that increased bandwidth that 5G provides. So it really does take that SMS to the next level. So one of the examples that I like to use, and we've used before, is let's say a shoe company, a Nike, is trying to promote their wares. So they're trying to sell the shoe. Now, what typically would happen with the SMS bundling is that they would send out that message, and that authorized user or authorized customer would get that SMS message. And if they want to take advantage of that sale, they would hop off on the Nike app or hop off onto the Nike website and conduct the transaction there. What the RCS platform would allow you to do is to receive that heavy data message, heavy marketing blitz. And it could be a video, it could be obviously inundated with a lot of sound, a lot of bells and whistles to really attract that customer. And if they wanted to take advantage of that, the customer could right then and there conduct the transaction and say, yes, I'll buy it. So that's obviously very important on two fronts. One, the telco keeps that customer on their system without having to jump off on their app, without having to jump off onto any website. But more importantly, for that company to have that transaction close right then and there, which is very important for them. So that's something that is obviously of value and is slowly being pushed out in the Chinese marketplace now. Because of the success of our top-up and the reliance of our systems for both SMS and the RCS, the telcos then provided us license to go into their facility and study their user data, which is where we came up with our big data insights and Sapientus, our data arm. Now, one of the important things that I mentioned off the top is that we're looking at potentially 1.5 to 1.6 billion user accounts. So that's a lot of data that we potentially can look at. One of the things that's very important, 2 points that we always like to make. One, we don't own the data. The data is continued, the ownership of the data is continued to be retained by the telco. So that we don't have any instances where we can sell any data. We just go in, process the data, and then pull out that information that's of value to us. Secondly, the data that we do get access to has been scrubbed for anonymity. So there isn't any personal information on that data. What we do get is probably in the neighborhood of about 2,000 different demographic data points. And that's where we see the value of our big data insights are. So here, another example of that demographic information is a 50-year-old man that drives to and from work Monday to Friday. Safe roads, 9 to 5, residential roads. As opposed to that same demographic 50-year-old man, but he drives 100 miles a day. And he goes on highways and back alleys, and he drives at all hours of the day. Now, do you think that dichotomy of demographic information would be of value to somebody? We think so. But one of the first things that we've always talked about as a company is having access to all this information doesn't mean anything if you don't know what to do with it. So we looked at different industries, be it healthcare, financial services, and we ultimately landed on insurtech. Now, again, I go back to this example of the different drivers. Do you think the car division of an insurance company would see value in that sort of information? We think they would. And that's where we're going with now, and working with different insurance companies like Pacific Life Re and Munich Re to make those things an actual monetizable product for us down the road. Now, we've introduced this year 2 new products to our stable, different divisions that we have. First is a lifestyle app called the Daga app. And then we have something called the Crisis and Emergency Response Program, of which we provide the platform and the vehicles for those different products. The first up is the Daga app. This really is a lifestyle app. The idea is that because we do so much work, obviously, on the mobile phone, we've built an actual app for the lifestyle of the consumer. Right now, that app is built in with things like car wash and car maintenance and car detailing, all that sort of stuff. But what we've recently done is we've aligned with a car charging infrastructure company. The idea is that this company has thousands of different car charging stations throughout the country, And what the app user can do is find those car charging stations and then charge their EV cars. As many of you know, right now, the EV market in China is huge. There is a government mandate out there to get as many EV cars on the road as possible. And so having the user with this app on their phone makes it very convenient for them to find that car charging station that they need to charge their cars. This app and these stations are not car specific, they're not brand specific, so they can go with any car and any station that they want to attend to. Right now, this app is growing very rapidly. Right now, it has probably in the neighborhood of over 800,000 active subscribers. And so there's a lot of people that are taking advantage of this app, and we're going to grow it out. Right now, it's cars and EVs, but we think maybe we can build in the top-up aspect to it as well. And so instead of having to go onto any particular website, they can top up right then and there on their phone through this app. And then down the road, we see further applications, be it maybe insurance products that we can put on there and risk ratings that they could get very quickly. So this has the potential to grow for us, and we want to see where that takes us down the road. Even more excited to make the announcement regarding our emergency response program. Now, the government has put out a disaster response program that they've issued nationwide. The idea is that there will be stations within every single city in China that can respond to any natural disaster that occurs within their region. What we've been mandated to do is put together all these different aspects of this response program, particularly the vehicles, and then outfit the personnel with the different safety apparatus that they require to respond to these disasters. There's been demonstrations that have already been put on by the government to show how this would work. But the idea is that we, as FingerMotion, would be the accumulator. So we take a vehicle, a 4x4 vehicle, and then we outfit it with all these different safety parts, be it cameras, drones, but particularly we have the command platform. The idea is that when a disaster would happen, the personnel and these vehicles would go out to that disaster site and be able to relay accurate and immediate information back to a central control center, be it within the city, within the province, or nationwide. And then that way they know exactly how to respond. These vehicles and these personnel are outfitted obviously with that platform that allows for that quick transfer of data and information, but also drones, satellite phones, and the cameras, all the information that will be required to send that information back to these central command stations. Now, this is a nationwide mandate, and so obviously the number of vehicles, different thousands of different apparatus for the personnel and the vehicles itself is a big undertaking. So we're very excited about where we think, obviously the government's reliance on us to manage this entire project, but also the vastness of rolling it out. It's probably going to be a big project for us over the next few years. So we're obviously excited to see where that's going to go. Just really quickly going through the milestones of our company as we've grown. Just give a little history about where we came from. Obviously, signing the agreements with the telcos for the top-up program was very important to us. But we talk a lot about the telcos and our close relationship with them. But it's also the e-commerce side that I talked about, where the consumer actually has to go on the e-commerce website to update their phone. So we also get into partnerships with different e-commerce companies, Pinduoduo being one of them. And then we build them out later on with Alibaba as well. So what that allows is it allows their users to use their platform, find their phone, respective phone providers, and top up their phone there. Of course, 2019, we launched our SMS and MMS business, but then you can see we also had China Mobile and China Telecom come on as well. In 2020, understanding the value proposition of all the data that we're getting access to, we launched Sapientus. We already had the accumulation of data, and it's very important for us to know where we're going to be able to take that data and what we're going to go with it. And then in 2021, our insurance side growing, we knew the first avenue that we're going to take the data that we were accumulating. And at the end of 2021, we uplisted in the NASDAQ. And what that really allows, it allows more governance So there's more comfort for our investors, knowing that we're obviously on a well-respected large stock exchange, but it allows more eyeballs and certainly access to more funding and more liquidity. What will we do with that funding? Obviously grow our top-up and SMS business, expand the current products and services that we have, and then grow our different revenue streams into Sapientus, and now with the Daga app and the ERP program that we have. Here's a quick snapshot of the revenue that we've had, a good steady growth. Even though we've had certain different government restrictions come in, some of you may have seen some of our Qs where our revenue streams differ, but our ability to pivot very quickly and continue to grow our revenue streams, particularly in fiscal 22 and 23, were important, and we continue to grow in 24. You can see some of the gross margins that were affected by some of those government restrictions, but now we seem to be rolling right back on the same track. And we look forward to more revenue growth with certainly these 2 new programs coming on board in 25 and 26. So that's it. Thank you very much for listening to our presentation, understanding hopefully a bit more about our company, and certainly open to any other questions that you might have now.
Great. Thanks, Martin, for a great presentation as always.
This is Skyline
and you want to
Communications.
run Martin through some of the questions?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Work in terms of how do you build out this program?
Yeah, so the idea of the program itself, like I said, it's mandated by the government. It's not something we, I guess, physically have a contract for. What happens from our point of view is that the cities, the individual cities or villages or towns will come to us and say, we want to order apparatus and vehicles for, 4 vehicles or something like that. So we take the vehicles and we take that order and say, okay, now let's outfit for these vehicles. And the internal aspect of this vehicle is quite amazing. So what it is, it's a full-on platform where they have obviously the video screens and computers in place, so that when the vehicle or the drone or the personnel goes out with their cameras, they can immediately see exactly what's happening in a particular spot. And then they can relay that information back to that vehicle and then go to the control center. This allows very quick response to the affected area, how they respond, and the best use of the resources. From our point of view, that's really how we see the process working. As these kind of requests and orders come in, we take the order, we build out whatever needs to be built, and then we push it back out to the city or the town or the province, even wherever it needs to go. And that's kind of how the process works. There is a good margin from our point of view on how that works, but it's really, we see it as, again, using our power as a data company to accumulate the information, provide good data and good resources to make sure that the proper response is provided to the company. Obviously, from a financial aspect or a profit aspect, there's good potential profit there as well.
Great. Okay. And then Martin, in terms of the core businesses that you mentioned, what sort of market share in terms of competitors does FingerMotion have?
On the top-up side, like I said, we probably are only a handful of licensed companies that are handling the top-up and payment processing transactions. That doesn't mean that there aren't a number of legacy companies out there. China is a very large space, and so they've always had these legacy companies running in the background. One of the battles that we have, obviously, is that the telcos aren't necessarily pushing for anything as long as they're paid. So these old legacy unlicensed companies are still handling transactions. So long as they get paid and their customers are happy, they may not, may not necessarily stop those companies from handling the transactions. The government does say, please use a licensed company to handle them. And so we're in that position. I would say we're growing. We're probably not more than maybe 5 to 10% of what the total market share would be, but that continues to grow as these old legacy companies fall off. And then we just kind of keep, taking on the transaction as they continue to grow. And that's probably similar for a number of the core businesses. The ERP business, we are pretty much the only company there. So we are the sole aggregator putting all these things together. And that's why we're so excited about getting this agreement from the government. And we're excited about how that will affect us, obviously growing as a data accumulator, but also on the financial side as well.
Okay. And then could you also speak to the company's merger and acquisition strategy? Is the company looking into any mergers or acquisitions at the moment? And if so, I guess what sort of target companies are you looking for?
We're not actively looking at any M&A right now. One of the goals, obviously, for our company is to see if we can take a footprint outside of China. I think being China-centric is a great playground, and certainly a wealth of information and wealth of resources for us to learn from and set benchmarks on. But I think if we can build a footprint outside, be it the top-up business, be it the insured tech side, we'd love to be able to do that. For the top-up side, I think one of the things that we've talked about and have had some discussions with is different countries within Southeast Asia. So Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, where the telco systems are similar and where we can take some of that and just kind of move it into those areas. So we are looking for different geographic jurisdictions that we can move into so that we're not so China-centric. But then we're on the industry side. Obviously, the insurance side is something that we can move. And then if we move into other industries as well, like I said, healthcare, financial services, that's somewhere we would look at as well. And if those can take us outside of China, we think as a company that there would be some value there.
Great. Okay. And then another question, Martin, does the company currently have any analysts covering the company?
We do not. We do not. We did have some analyst coverage probably about 6 months ago, but nothing active currently.
Okay.
Although we are looking, so I'll throw that out there.
Good to know. Okay. And then could you also just speak to the RCS platform a bit? And I guess what are your plans in terms of growing that out and sort of generating revenues through that vertical?
The RCS platform, I'll just give you a bit more detail. It's really a white label platform. So we built it, obviously, because of our relationships with the telcos. We built a platform that interacts very cleanly with the telcos in terms of any payment that needs to come through. So that the platform works very well. A lot of that, similar with the SMS, is market-driven. So it's really what the market will bear. If that's something that our corporate partners are looking to use, then we have it ready for them to take advantage of it. If it doesn't go that direction and goes some other direction, then we will pivot on that and move somewhere else. If they want to stay with the SMS platform as an easy way to get out marketing messages, then we can certainly go there as well. So a lot of that is market driven, but the platform that we built, we know is robust, we know it works, and it's ready to go. We just have to wait for the market to see how they're going to take that and whether or not they actually do take it and kind of run with it.
And then just another question, in terms of operating capital, how does the company allocate its resources in terms of, research and development or, reinvesting into these different service verticals? How do you allocate your resources?
That's a great question. If you look back at, our kind of pivoting between Q2 and Q3 of last year, we had a bunch of revenue that went, or a bunch of capital that goes on top of, because that avenue, that division is somewhat capital intensive. You do need to have some funding in there because that keeps the account active, that connects the e-commerce company with a telco. And then the next quarter, when the SMS margins looked a bit better, and then there were some government restrictions on what was happening at the top up, we were immediately able to pivot. And you can see the revenue being driven towards the SMS side, and then buying out those bundles and say, okay, now we got good margins, and we'll generate some revenue from there. So really, it's kudos to our team, the ability to pivot. That's where we internally move our capital. For the Sapientus side, this has been more interesting because the insurance companies are the ones that are actually funding the research labs that we have. Now, we, and I know I, have been patiently waiting for that monetizable product or monetizable products to get released from the insurance companies. I understand that insurance companies are behemoths. You know, they may move a little slower, and they got to be 100% sure, probably 110% sure that a product is going to, you know, make the money before they release it. So I understand that they work very hard with our research labs to make sure that that product is 100% perfect. And so we've been patiently waiting for that. So we as a company don't have a lot of resources that we need to put into that, because that's really being funded by the insurance companies. The DAGA app and the ERP project, again, government mandated projects. Obviously the reliance, the comfort knowing that it's coming from the government gives us, I would say, a low level of risk in terms of where that money is going to go. It's not capital intensive too much for us. There's a little bit that gets going in terms of the aggregation of the cars itself, but then that comes right back out when that goes off to the cities and we get pushed off to different destinations that need to go. So that's how we kind of think about how we allocate the capital as it comes in.
Great, it's really helpful. Okay, and then I also just want to be really conscious of your time and the rest of the audience's time. So I think we'll just take a few more questions and then we'll close things out. So just a reminder to everyone, if you do have a question, please feel free to enter that into the Q&A section at the bottom center of your screen. But I did just see a really interesting question come across. Martin, could you speak to how will 6G play into the company's operations and service verticals?
Yep, we've already obviously had our team look into the build out of 6G. I'm not that techie, so I don't know necessarily the difference between 5G and 6G, but I know that our team are already actively looking into that and how that would affect things, particularly with our RCS. The RCS was a progression from, let's say, whatever might be the 4G infrastructure that's built out to 5G, again, handling more complex transactions with that increased bandwidth. But yeah, 6G becomes a new horizon for us. Our team, I'm sure, have no issue adapting to that. And we'll just take it whenever that comes into play.
Great. Okay. Then any updates regarding the dividend warrant that the board approved?
Yes. So I have been in discussions with council to get that finalized. I think there was just a number of little steps that we had to make sure were in place. Once we get those signed off and the board moves forward with it, then we just submit that final application to the SEC and get that done and put in place. Coming soon.
Okay. All right. And then if you just wanted to speak to maybe the company's patents, do you have any currently covering your technology?
Yeah, we've had patents for a while. A lot of them obviously relate to our platform itself and how that operates both on the top-up side and all the SMS transactions as well. So we do have a number of patents, but I don't think we have anything new. There wasn't anything that we needed a patent for the ERP program, for example. So I don't think we needed any patents for that. But we've always had a number of patents in place. Different, I guess, government documents that we have in place to make sure that the company is protected in terms of the innovations that we have come up with.
Great. Okay. And then just another question in regards to the DAGA app and the EV charging stations. So does the company take sort of a portion of the fee that the user has to pay to charge at those service stations, or how does the company monetize that?
Yeah, there is certainly a revenue sharing agreement that kind of comes into play for the charging app and the stations that these people attend to. We feel that it's a benefit for that infrastructure company to know where their stations are and helping the consumer find their stations to use. So that's how the revenue structure works for that. We also have some loyalty points play in the back end of that as well. So frequent customers that have a number of points can also be using points. I know that they can use the points for the wash the detailing and all that kind of stuff. I'm not sure that we've actually implemented any loyalty points for the car charging aspect of it. But avenues for the Daga app to kind of come into our fold.
Great. Okay. Well, I think that will conclude our Q&A session. But Scott, did you have any other remarks before we turn the floor back over to Martin?
Sure. I just wanted to thank everyone again for joining the Skyline Signature Series featuring FingerMotion Incorporated. Again, the company is traded on the stock market, ticker symbol FNGR, website fingermotion.com. We hope you'll continue to follow the company's story. Please reach out to a member of the Skyline team if you'd like further information on FingerMotion, or if any of you didn't have your questions answered during the Q&A session, please feel free to email Owen or myself or info@skylineccg.com, and we'll do our best to get your questions answered by email. Please also join us for future Skyline Signature Series events, which we'll announce via press releases and through our social media channels.
No, I just want to say, obviously, thank you to Skyline for putting on this great platform. Certainly, thank you all of you that are listening and tuning into this event. Hopefully, you got some more information about our company, and we do have a lot of exciting things coming. So we thank you for the shareholders that have already been patient with us, and obviously new investors that come on board. We do have some exciting things happening, so stay tuned.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks.
Cheers, everyone. Cheers. All right, I'm going to sign up here because this computer is stalling on every so I'll try to, sorry for my voice, I'll try to answer questions, but this way there. Turn the volume off. Can you hear me? I guess you can hear me. I don't want to hear me. I don't hear me. All right. Let's see what questions. I can barely hear me, but I don't think it's causing an echo with you guys. See how this other computer here freezes. Drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. That one there is frozen. So I can talk here. Let me go, I'll go back assward as the expression goes. Oh, there is an echo now? Darn it. Let me think through how we can get rid of the echo. Turn that mic off. Trying to turn that. It's frozen. So I'll turn that mic off and then it won't echo. So let's just go through some of the, well, it's gone now because that computer is frozen. I can't wait till I get control of my own self, as they say in the South. Yeah, okay, it's muted. Yeah, there. You shouldn't hear an echo now. I can't believe they didn't ask about how many emergency vehicles. Well, I asked a question and they just didn't put it up. So they maybe somebody asked and it wasn't addressed, is possible. It's like some CIA, this, this whole thing, maybe. I never did LSD. Echo gone, thank you. I blocked that microphone so that it shouldn't be there. Yeah, he is a top-notch CEO. The question I asked was related to earnings and predictability, but maybe it came across as, being one of the capybara boo birds. But I tried to write it, but I typed it quickly. You never know how it comes across. But I had no bad intent at all with it, of course. I think the CEO is amazing. He's so professional. He stays steady. That's still muted. All right. What's Fngr doing? 219. Hey, mama, mama. Hey, mama, mama. This sounds like a pep talk. Be patient, keep holding. This will have a run someday, maybe. Hey, Andy, for you, I'm not going to give you financial advice. The stock's up 10% this morning. That's a chance for you to get out and go somewhere else. Go listen to Roaring Kitty. He's really good. Please go listen to Roaring Kitty, Andy. It's not a pep talk. It is a group of people coming together to understand their investment. And Andy, the one thing that the Wall Street has done, there's no research on small stocks. So when the criminals start selling stock that doesn't exist, there's no countervailing force. You can sell, Andy, you can buy, you can short it, you can go pound sand. I really don't care. See, Mark Maddox, you were quick. You figured that out right away. But I got there. I love that dog. That dog needs a big ear rub or a hug or a treat. That dog needs a treat. Am I going to interview myself? What I'm doing then, you'd think I'd turn that one off, but I can. This is such a small screen. I can expand this so I can see it, and I can click the questions over there so I can read them down here. But you're right. I'm probably doing the wrong thing. There are two of me, and fewer viewers. I noticed the viewer number keeps going down. So I guess I'm losing. Hey, the one. I'll go back up here and see what everyone's talking about. And warrants are at $7. That's true. Fngr needs cash, and those warrants will be approved soon to dilute the price. I doubt that because the warrants are priced at $7. And if they do get approved, ostensibly, it's a little over 5 million real shares at $7. That's $35 million. That's a lot of quid. But if IMENS, your guys are truly short over 200 million shares, you guys are going to be short 20 million shares that I don't think your prime brokers are going to want to manufacture out of thin air. They might if they want to be corrupt and as corrupt as you are, and criminal. But I don't think so. I think they're going to have to buy those shares in, but we'll find out. It's an unknowable. With GTII, what they did was just, the shares were available last November, and they stalled and stalled and stalled and stalled and stalled. And now maybe Wall Street doesn't have a problem because they all work together to get shares essentially seller boxed. But in the case of Fngr IMENs, your guys are going to be in a lot of trouble because I predict the company is not going to raise money via equity. And so they're going to have all the money they need to meet the next milestones using other methodologies of raising capital. So I think you're going to be stuck, but keep trying. Dilution normally is what you guys do. It's what you guys do. What matters is what you use the money for. Does that increase earnings? And the other thing is at what price? The stock right now is $2. The exercise price of the warrants is $7. It doesn't dilute the price. I love that. I don't know where that comes from. Hey, Barbara L., I did it for you. Well, I did it for you, Barbara, and for Donna. Oh, Donna. Does the company have any plans to use cryptocurrency? I'll try to ask that, Augustine. They weren't responding to my questions. It's a different group, and maybe they didn't recognize my name. You know how important I am, but not everywhere. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I heard the warrant isn't even submitted yet, so don't expect it super soon. I'm not sure about that. I read it to you. I'm trying to remember the date. April 9th? April 9th? Or was it May 9th? I think it was April 9th. I read the S1 to everybody yesterday. Just part of it. Just part of it. And that looked like it was filed. So it was submitted. I think what's been happening is two things, Spiny. The SEC's asked for further questions, which the companies responded to. But it also may be that the SEC has asked for some financials. And I think the company's current in all of its financials, but maybe, just maybe, there's more that the SEC's asking that way. Why do I say that? I heard him say that he talked to his attorneys, his lawyers, and maybe there's something that they have to negotiate or provide to the SEC. $7, John. Right now, the exercise price of the warrants is $7. But, John, I have to say, Ham is putting a full-on push for the company to reduce the strike price to $3. I think they should leave it at $7. But Ham has a very cogent argument that if it's at $3 and the stock runs, you're going to caught, just like it was happening to GTII before, you get the system trapped. I'm sorry, my nose is itching me. I heard the warrant is on the way. I think it is. I mean, it's been plenty of time to get it done. Why is no one asking him about business deals? I didn't ask about business deals because I heard while I was in New York, and I've heard continuously there's other deals pending. I never heard it directly from him. And whilst I don't believe my information is particularly unique or actionable, I'm not sure it's something that I would ask him publicly because I'm pretty darn sure he can't talk about it. But if you need to hear it from him to confirm what I'm saying and what others might suggest, I guess you missed your opportunity. But CEOs cannot traffic in speculation, rumors, telling an audience, even though it's pretty large, probably, a few hundred or even thousands, they're bound by rules of full disclosure and timely disclosure to everyone all at once, if that's not redundant. The hair looks good. Yeah, I didn't wash it. Hey, John Platinum. Yamava Casino. Cool. I don't gamble much, but last time I was in California, which was when, I think this is the last time. No. I think I was there many times for California Chrome. But anyway, I flew out on the Virgin flight, Virgin America flight, with all the girls in the back. I was first class somehow. A friend of mine and I bought, and we went out. The models were bored with it all, but anyway, we went out. It was really, I can't remember the deal. It was a good deal. It was fun. But I went to a casino. All I remember it playing poker, Texas Hold'em, and I'm not good at it at all. I got a hand that was 4 tens. And I barely knew how to play it. Bluff, I didn't know how to play it. But I won the whole thing. The very next hand, I got 3 tens. And there was, what I remember is a guy at the other end of the table got angry at me like I was cheating. And I said, I barely know what I'm doing. Let's see. KYP. I wish I could get that to a rhythm. PYT. And I could have my voice go up falsetto. Yeah, I think Fngr KYP, I'm not saying that people should put everything in it. I'm not saying even that people should I'm not giving advice, but I think what we have here is a stock that we know a really large amount of information on. We know the fundamentals. We've survived the storm, and there were some unpredictable storms. There was the economic shutdown in China that lasted longer than it did here. But we have a unique position where I have a tiny position now, but where we own shares collectively, we own shares of a company that is embedded in China. And the Chinese government, clearly, Chinese ministers, Chinese telecoms, trust FingerMotion now. And that took a decade. That took 15 years to achieve that. And finally, it will allow a ramping up of business for FingerMotion. Further, oddly, we're in a business that, they started out as some sort of, the reason it's called FingerMotion, they had a technology that helped with games or something. But that evolved now into a mobile app, so that there's a revenue side that gets generated predictably and with a small margin, but it won't go away. It'll keep the company growing and afloat and away from the lying Jeff Easton. And this is a good time to tell you that everything I say from start to finish on this video is my opinion, my judgment, and is editorial. And it's in my belief. I say these words not to tear down somebody, but it's because I believe that's what he does. He he lies to CEOs, and then companies are destroyed by his clients. That's his business model, if you can call it a business model. It's just theft in daylight, and it's arrogance. But anyway, the unique thing about FingerMotion is it's in this data area, it's mobile apps, is China, yes. And so there's questions about war and all those things. But it's phones, it's data, and it's a U.S. company. I mean, I think we've really stumbled onto something here which has tremendous upside. Yes, we may have to wait, as Andy Avil says. It sounds like a pep talk. Whatever the hell. I don't know what Andy and his group of people that work together to drive stock prices down do. Do they call each other? Do they meet at Harry's bar? Do they have a code? They fly to Las Vegas and party together and have a strategy? But they talk to each other. And I think investors need to understand what the story is before they get scared out of it. Now, I'm not saying diamond hands. It's $2. If it trades to 3 or 4, maybe you trade out. But I'm not saying that either. Everybody's got to make their own decision. My guess is, and we can talk about it if it starts to trade, my guess is as we get into September, October, November, December, January, February, the company is going to start showing revenue, cash flows, and earnings. Maybe it's not as exciting as you want it to be immediately, but in the reports, you're going to start seeing what those revenues, cash flows, and earnings could be in the future and how they're going to grow. And then the market will start discounting them. FingerMotion is going to get out of the quicksand of Jeff Easton's The Lynn Partners financings. And any CEO that listens should not take money from The Lynn Partners, Jeff Easton, Philip Valier, Hai Lee Kim, Sam Chung, John Hancock. The clients they use will short your stock into oblivion. There's a CEO you can ask named Jeremy Fngr, but he's completely blinded because he cannot accept what he did to his company, even though he was warned. But call him up. He'll say there's no proof, there's no evidence. But the stock was destroyed. KNW, and there's a whole long list. But FingerMotion is going to get out of the quicksand of the lying, cheating, manipulative, criminal clutches of the Lynn Partners. Hey, Rob Rand. Does private equity have any culpability of Main Street? Yeah. There's Gretchen Morgeson's book, which I have. I've started about 5 books, but I'm finding that I can't read very well with my eyesight, so I give up. But I've read some of the chapters to her, and she said her title of her book is "These Are the Plunderers." There's another, I think it's Matt Taibbi, but it might be Forbes. There's an article about private equity plundering Wall Street, but absolutely Mexican. They are concentrating assets and wealth. And it particularly started under, Reagan did a little bit. Reagan pushed for breaking down the barriers of state banks. So banks became a little bit broader. CDs. It used to be you could only buy CDs locally. He started the process of changing that. George W. Bush expanded it, but it was really Bill Clinton, and then Hillary was magnificent at helping the banks. I think Obama and George W. Bush really helped the banks. You remember George W. Bush's record keeping from Harkin? All those records that the SEC was studying were in the 7th building, building number 7 in New York. They're all gone. And then Hillary was really paid off by the banks. And I personally don't think Trump, he may not have done anything to fight it. I don't know. But I don't think Trump was ever beholden to the Wall Street banks. He may have had some conflict of interest with Deutsche Bank, who gave him loans on his properties. But I don't know if he set up a blind trust or if he put it in the hands of his children. I don't know. I'm sure the lawyers did it properly. But then I think this administration, the one we're in right now, is totally in bed with the banks. So you've got these big pools of money that have ripped off Wall Street. And I don't know if you can say it's culpable. I think they're the ones doing it. I don't think they're culpable. They're the actors. They are the ones doing it. I just grabbed 100 more. Yeah, I have a feeling the stock's going to run up a little. I turned off my phone so I can't look at it. But then they'll drive it back down. They'll drive it back down. I don't think they're going to have any dissent contracts, but they do have contracts coming. And the one that they just got, if you don't think that's decent, you should probably find another way of trying to make money. Hey, Billy Ray. Hey, Nunya. Vanna White. Yeah, I don't know who she is. Oh, I know who she is. I know who she is. CEO is a superstar. He's the Kenny Loggins of CEOs. I'm just kidding. I'm trying to pick an obscure name. No, he's great. Vinman says, Kenny Boy is saying, how dare, and of course he's using Kenny Boy as a placeholder for all of Wall Street. How dare you move Fngr up? I'm going to create a ton of fakes and tell them to buy and sell. Absolutely. Be aware of that. That's why Diamond Hands, if we've learned anything, we have to learn to at least be willing to take a third or half of our position off the table if it has a sudden run. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. It is undervalued, but there's some risk in it. They have to execute. They have to execute. I'm with Fidelity. Fidelity is one of the companies in trouble, I hear. E-Trade eliminated the buy button for GTII. It's all corrupt. It's all corrupt. Hey, Jack. They pull the bids as soon as the presentation begins. Yeah, they're going to manipulate it. They want you to think that presentation was bad. And to Andy Aviles, this isn't a pep talk. It's my attempt to create I hate all the words everyone uses, an ecosystem, a community, an environment, just a gathering of people who can try to be educated, ask questions, and study and reconsider, why am I holding Fngr? Should I buy more? And I think the information was fantastic. But if Ham weren't here, if the CEO weren't doing the yeoman's job that he is telling the story. Uh, uh, Philip Vallier and Jeffrey Easton's clients would have a field day driving Fngr back to 50 cents. And you'd be going, oh, I never should have committed all this money. It's over the counter. It's bad. I'm bad. I shouldn't have done it. My wife warned me. That's not fair. I'm not talking about you personally. That's not fair, though. The market should be level playing field, the same information to all, and the criminals shouldn't be able to sell stock without any money, without locating it, without borrowing it, without owning it. And then your broker dealer, E-Trade, should be responsible to demand receipt of those shares. But they're all in on it. They're all in on it. Neato, I like that. You were the first? That's pretty cool. All right, I think I already was here, but I didn't start at the top. Oh, that's great that you signed in, Ted. Maybe you said some comments down below. I'll check. I might not get everybody here from Germany. Cool. We Germans are not, my daddy says, we Germans are not a warlike people. That's Wiggins, Chief Wiggins in Simpsons, The Simpsons. But welcome, Germany. I love Germany. When I visited, I loved it. Goldfinger. Gold, I'm in. Looney Tunes, Bluebirds. Yeah. Yeah, don't chase it. Travis is right. Don't chase it. I'm frustrated because if I had a tiny bit of money, the time to buy was when they were suppressing it at $2. I think it'll still be a chance to buy, but chasing these stocks is where you get in trouble. Not you personally, Travis, general you. You work on motorcycles? Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. That was one of the first books I read. Phaedrus, I remember. That's pretty cool. I used to have a Honda, but it wasn't very big. Hey, Maverick. I agree, Nunya. There's no price discovery. And if these boo birds have their way, there never will be. And there's Tony. She was a bluebird. You were a bluebird coming home to me. I was a bluebird. Would you sing me a sad song? That's Emmy Lou Harris sings Bluebird. I think it was written by Steve Earle, but I might be wrong. I'm not sure it was. I went to a Steve Earle concert and I kept yelling out Bluebird, and I don't think he knew it. If I was a bluebird, I'd sing you a sad song. Steve Earle's song I was thinking of was Goodbye. And I think Emmylou Harris sings Goodbye. I recall all of them nights down in Mexico. Well, thank you. We're all going to rest easy knowing that you're sticking with your finger. Hey, Barbara. All right, I'm going to stop without going up. Let me see. I'll see if there's anything. Jim Morrison. Very funny. Very funny. AMC had a glitch of 5,000. Be careful with AMC and GME. They've got those under control. But if you trade them, you can maybe make money every day, every week. Bro, I've been out and cut my losses when GTI was $1. That's good. Adam, that's really good. That's smart. I don't know what you paid for GTII. But that's smart. That's smart acting to use a number like 1, which is for some reason so psychological, as your stopping out point. That's good for you, Adam. Ham is a wannabe Madoff, and William is his puppet. I can't tell you how much I appreciate, Adam, that you're here. I actually disagree with you, and I'm nobody's puppet. And the last thing I am is I'm not impressed with your comments. I'm not going to ban you, Lee. I'm not going to ban you. Ham is a wannabe Bernie Madoff. So what the Boo Birds are doing is trying to get you, they're trying to discredit Ham, myself, others, and they want you therefore to say that the information you're getting is wrong, and then you sell, you give up, and you move on, which you can do. You can do. I'm not telling you don't do that. But Adam's not giving you his real name, and Adam's not here to help you. Adam is caught in a trade with some other guys. He's probably paid by either the prime broker or directly from one of the clients of Jeff Easton, who were trying to keep Fngr down. But they're in a trade and they're working with each other to get the price down, and they want to cross stock. And it doesn't help if it starts to run. Now, if the stock moves a bit, that helps them a little bit, but they don't let it go up a lot because they don't want it to get out of control. So this guy, Adam, who clearly believes he's a intellect and a good trader, and he knows he's just going to add hominem attacks, and he's doing it for you. He's here because he's in the middle of a trade. He will leave, or he's being paid by those that are. He'll leave as soon as he cashes his check or closes out his position. So, and you can listen to him, but he's not here to help you. Hey, Frank. These guys are crook. Adam, if you give me your name, you can email me on fairandbalanced@gmail. Let's go down the SEC. Make those charges. You're putting it in writing, and you're obviously well educated enough and probably lawyered up enough to know that when you put something in writing like this, that's libel, and I can sue you. But of course, I don't know who you are. So you're the coward. You're the one that's probably behaving in a criminal way, racketeering. But whatever. Thank you for joining. People love your comments. They're so thoughtful. And you back up your statements with facts. You try to help teach people how to look at the markets. You're an incredible asset to the world, Adam. What is the link for? It's too late. It was with Skyline. But anyway, it was on their website. I'm sorry I didn't see it, your question, Bob, before. Hey, Darren. Is Ham hearing anything on Beyond sells cartoon balloons in town? Levon doesn't have much money. You missed everything, but your aim is getting better. It's a country song, has nothing to do with current events, and it's not a comment on what happened 2 Saturdays ago, YouTube. I was just quoting an old country song. Okay, I'm going to go to the bottom. I want to finish this article on gold because I want you all to slowly absorb other information other than the same old, same old. Why do I give importance to these idiots? I don't know. It's a good question, Zizu. I don't know that they're idiots right away. Idiots. And then I find out sometimes when I dismiss someone as an idiot, they're a real person. So I stay in longer than I should, Zizu. Any new insights on GTII? Have I heard from Not Legal lately? Well, I think Not Legal has a YouTube channel called Not Legal Advice. He has a Twitter account called Not Legal Advice. The best way for you to get insights from him would be to follow him. The only thing I know is that, as Ham said on the call, which you probably heard, there's going to be a receivership hearing. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if that's what it's called, on August 7th. My insight on GTII is stop obsessing about it each day. You should not be trading it right now. It's the criminals have created another escape valve for themselves with the help of the SEC called the expert market. That's where it is. If the company or the whales get control of the company, they can immediately get those the financials filed, and the company can start trading again. And if that happens, you'll see a bid in the ask, and then it's left to your own good offices how you want to trade it. But right now, stop obsessing about it. Nothing is going to come out right now that's going to change anything for GTII. 2 things you want to hear. Reichman resigned. That guy from Chicago resigned. The whole board left, and everyone said sayonara. GTII is a new company with all of its shareholders, all of its short, and it's taken over with the goal of creating value. That's one thing you want to hear. It's not going to happen in one day. It's not. I suppose it could happen. I suppose it could happen in a 2 or 3 week time frame, but there's a lot of lawyers involved, a lot of interests involved. So I don't expect that to happen very quickly. Second thing that could happen is that the company comes current on its filings. It doesn't look like anyone wants to spend the money for that, but if that were to happen, the stock would immediately start trading again. Would it go higher than 10 cents? I'm not sure. Would it go to 5 cents? I'm not sure. But you should not be trading the stock right now, unless you're accumulating for your own reasons for the long term. And that may end up, averaging down. But that shouldn't be with money that you can't afford to lose at this point. Things can change. But let's spend, from now on, short sucks, let's spend half an hour, 45 minutes an hour on every single live talking about GTII. GTII is a penny. Sometimes it's 5 cents, sometimes it's 9 cents. Do you know? Of course, you don't do any homework. If you Google expert market, it's a brand new thing. I believe it became effective in September of 2021. Might be sooner than that, that it finally got effective. It means that the market makers, the broker dealers, the prime brokers, whoever's playing in the sandbox, only have to give out a bid and an ask on an unsolicited basis. They don't have to publish it. So you're not seeing any information that you can rely on. Stop looking at it. Nothing that Richard Hoffman does is going to make the stock start trading again. Nothing that Richard Hoffman does is going to make the stock go up. Now, there's some agitators that can bring business in. But at this point, because the company's in the middle of legal actions, more than one, no business is going to go in. Nobody's going to invest in it until that's all over with. It's up for you, short sucks, whether or not you believe the legal system acts quickly. Anyway, you can ask about it every single day, and you can see if there's new insights every single day. I'm not going to change my answer. I know I'm in a double box. Trump and Vance are coming back. I figured out, Jerry, the reason Trump picked Vance, he likes vice presidents that have NCE at the end of their name. NCE. It's all about the base. It's all about the base. Jerry, are you spamming me? Don't spam me. I got your point. You said it so many times. Oh, Halo, in your expert opinion, you didn't hear anything groundbreaking or new from Martin Shen? He just presented what we already know. That's not true, Halo. I wish they could go after you for your outright lies and misinformation and your attempts at manipulation. What I heard that was new was I heard how to pronounce the Daji app, but I forget how to do it now. That was new. I heard how that the gosh, what's it called? Anyway, the rescue vehicles, the J2, the A2 project, whatever. He did, that's all brand new. And that was just announced 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. That's huge and it's new. And if you didn't hear it as new, it's because you're here to create FUD. The other thing I heard that was new that he was explaining was this charging app, but how it's part of a personal lifestyle app that's going to have a lot of things in it. That was exciting. That was all new. Those were new slides in his presentation. In his answers, he gave some new perspective. So you're wrong. You're clearly here to try to get people either to sell, not buy, or if it goes up a little bit to sell. So Halo, it's so boring. You, Halo, are boring. Anything regarding the special dividend, he said, I have to go listen to it again, but Martin Shen got a question on that. And he said that he is with his lawyers, or it's with his lawyers. What it implied to me is the SEC asked a new question and he has to get back to the SEC. It's perfectly normal. My guess is it's about financials. I suppose, Jeff, that Ham's argument that they should lower the warrant to $3, the strike price, might be one of the reasons they're talking. It's with the lawyers. I don't agree with Ham. Being a puppet of Ham, I don't agree with it. I think they should leave it at $7. I don't know. I'll have to go back and listen again to what he said, but Martin did answer your question on that. Yeah, Heath, I was told end of this month. And to me, the way I heard that was the end of August. But then somebody who would know said to me that he thought it was the end of July. I guess we'll find out. But Heath, I think even if they meet with an investment bank in New York City in July/August, anything that means anything in terms of, let's call it research, a buy recommendation, it's likely to wait till all the people that are summering in the Hamptons come back to their desks in September. That's just a guess on my part. Ham did come on. No, he didn't say anything new, Don. I didn't. Ham is playing pickleball, but not with me. Oh, with KYP. Jack's a good name. Yeah, thank you, KYP. I always see your advice too late. What will we do if Patrick Byrne does not get tapped by Trump to head the SEC? I don't know. Get out. Stop trading. What do you do if Kamala Harris wins? And don't fool yourself. It's all about Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, and Philadelphia, four states. And it's really about cities. It's about Detroit, maybe, but it's about Philadelphia, Atlanta. It's whatever that county is in Arizona, Maricopa or whatever. And I said Atlanta already. And they can make sure that the vote is truly, the most popular candidate in the history of the United States. And as long as they can put a story out that's believable here in this city and elsewhere, um, there was a great backlash against Trump. No one likes Trump. Um, the votes were because people were voting against Trump, could be one argument. Another argument could be that this Indian American who was raised by her mother, not by her Marxist economics professor, who happened to sleep with a student when he was teaching economics. He didn't raise her, and she's experienced a very rarefied existence in the United States. But she grew up in Canada, extraordinarily privileged. She took advantage of relationships in a very bold way, and she advanced. It was that a trade-off for sexual favors? No, she was probably in love. It's probably love. But the guy that helped her was married. She was married. I'm sure it was love. So it's okay. Trump's the bad guy because he's been divorced and married more than one woman. But Kamala, hey, she's just a woman getting ahead. She's empowered. She can argue that she had disadvantages for having skin color that's slightly darker than some white people. Apparently, that's the thing. How did white women leapfrog all other minorities in the victim list? So white women get advantages because somehow through history, it was white men that took advantage of everyone, not white women. But anyway, white women leapfrog, and Kamala is essentially a white woman. She grew up with the privileges of an economic basis that way. And she's married to a white man. I don't know. Good luck to her I guess she'll relate to the African American communities in Atlanta. She'll relate to the hard workers in Philadelphia and the African American community there. She'll relate in Michigan, maybe, Detroit, maybe. She'll relate in Arizona to Hispanics who also have a slightly darker color. I mean, I remember growing up and I remember listening once to his speech where it gave me, and it did for years, it would give me chills down my spine. But I remember that Martin Luther King said he looked forward to a day when you judged people for the content of their character, not the color of your skin. But now it's all about skin color and whether or not you have a penis or not have a penis. It'd be interesting, though. I think Kamala Harris, as long as they can convince us that the votes that come in at 4:30 in the morning by the truckload and then for the days afterward were all because there was an enormous contingent of minority voters and women who voted against Trump and voted for Kamala. I think you got a really good chance to see the next president of the United States as Kamala Harris. So in that situation, we're not going to have Patrick Byrne, which is, it's just what's going to happen. I really, Jim, give it 55, 60% odds that Kamala will be your next president. Thank you, Stoney. Jim, I don't think they're slow rolling the dividend intentionally anyway. Apparently, the SEC is behind on everything they do. Everything we've been involved with has taken a long time. So they'll say they're understaffed. I think they're getting into cryptocurrency, not to regulate it, but to help Goldman Sachs, to help BlackRock, to help the big pools of money. The SEC's putting resources into manipulating and destroying the transparency of the crypto markets. And I think they just don't have enough people. But why do you feel like the dividend is a big thing? The dividend didn't work for GTII. It should have. It certainly clogged up the system. But why you expect it to be any different for Fngr, I don't understand. I don't really understand why that has to obsess you. You know that the company announced and filed an S1 with the SEC to issue 5 million shares via a special dividend. The intent is to try to catch out the shorts, but the further intent is to be ready with a warrant. It's a warrant at $7 to cash in on higher stock prices. It's all good. You're going to get it. You are going to receive it, or you're going to receive an IOU anyway. The company is going to have a warrant outstanding at $7 unless Ham wins his argument at $3. I don't know. It's beyond my pay grade. But either way, the company is going to be able to raise capital at double or triple or more from here. It's all good, but you want to know every day, every day. I'll give you my opinion, Jim. The SEC is not slow walking it. It's lawyers. Clearly, based on what the CEO has said today, he said he checked with his lawyers. It might be that they have new questions from the SEC before the SEC approves it. That's probably what's going on. That could be financials. I don't know. It's also possible that Ham won the argument, and since I'm such a puppet of Ham, I disagree with Ham. I think they should leave it at $7. But Ham's been advocating for a $3 strike price, which would be better than you. We just have to wait and see. Jim, it's lawyers. It's questions. Lawyers at the SEC asking questions, cleaning up the file before they make approval. I do not, if your implication is that the SEC is slow walking approval of a dividend with Fngr to help out Jeff Easton, I don't see that. I don't see that. I guess it's possible, but I don't see it. I just think it's the normal slowpoke process of the SEC. That's what I think. I could be wrong. All right, let's go down to the bottom. Good, Bill. That's a good point. Trump did not leave a disadvantaged life at all. That guy walked on, he was born with a silver spoon. In his mouth, and he was born on home plate, thought he hit a home run. But that's what makes it so amazing, Lou, that he connects more with working class people, minorities, African Americans, Hispanics, immigrants from other parts of the world, working class, I think I said. It's pretty amazing. It's because he was born with advantages, but to those who much has been given, much is expected. Lou, you got to ask yourself, the definition of racism is intolerance and ignorance. Do you, Lou, personally express intolerance towards Donald Trump and the MAGA idea, make America great again? Is it intolerance on your part? Do you truly have the information to not be called ignorant of the middle states of America, the flyover part of America, who supplies your oil, who builds your highways, who supplies your lumber, your food, your country music? Are you ignorant? Are you intolerant? Is it you who is racist? I don't know. I'm not calling you that, but you have to say, wait a minute. Am I the one coming from rigid, preformed ideas? And then I'm not seeing the human being or the human beings on the other side. And Lou, I think you need to think about that. But people agree with you, so I might be the one. I might be the one that's wrong. But I listen. Surprisingly, I listen to many of Trump's speeches. I can't usually go all the way through. I have heard the kindnesses he showed all people. I've also heard the bad things. He's a human being. He's not as sainted as you are. You've never done anything wrong, neither have I. I've never put a step wrong in my life, a foot wrong in my life. So I get to judge other people. I heard on a podcast last night, somebody quoted one of these horrible psychiatrists out of Germany. You know, he's the famous, it's not Freud, but it's one of those. And he said, most people don't think. That's why they judge. And his point was that people don't take the time to think and study, give critical thought. Why do so many people like Donald Trump? And why does Donald Trump do what he does, even though he's lived a very privileged life? Does that mean he's a racist? And, you know, Kamala pled that she was the one that sat on the bus and broke discrimination in schools. Come on. Donald Trump institutionalized aid to African American colleges. He made it permanent, or he made it a 10-year. When African American colleges needed to come to money to the government, they had to come every year. Obama didn't change that. Trump said, why are you coming every year? Well, that's what we have to do, hat in hand, begging. Trump said, why don't we fix that? Anyway, I don't want to argue about it. You're set. You want to be angry with Trump because he was born a billionaire. I'm angry at him because he was born 6'2" or taller, 6'4", 6'5", and he's married to Melania. But whatever. He's just a big guy that had a great life, and he's trying to do some good things. To you, he's racist, misogynist, bad guy.
Kamala's great because she's an African American woman. Okay, that's what CNN tells you. I'm telling you, Kamala Harris is not African American. Her father was Jamaican from a line of white Irish slave owners, but she was raised by her Indian mother. If you want to believe what the narrative is, fine. I really don't care. I think she can win, by the way. I've just admitted that. I think the odds are she's going to win. But it's going to have an effect on your financial life. And the fact that you listen to mainstream media is also a threat to your financial life, in my opinion. I'm not picking on you specifically, Lou, at all. And I respect that you point out to me that Trump didn't have to work his way up. Apparently, this guy, J.D. Vance, had to work his way up. I'm not a big fan of J.D. Vance and his hillbilly story. I don't trust J.D. Vance. Am I wrong? Maybe. I just think he's part of the swamp and the rhinos. But we'll find out. We'll find out. I think Trump would have done much better appointing Tulsi Gabbard, or better yet, Byron Donalds as his vice presidential candidate. Anna Paulina Luna would have been a great choice. She's a little young. I'm not impressed with J.D. Vance. That's a white boy ticket, if that's what you're trying to point out. But J.D. Vance worked his way up in the American, what's the word? I can't say the word. But America used to be where you got ahead by your accomplishments. Now America is a lot like, it's a lot like third world nations, where only the privileged get into 1 or 2, 3 schools and into 2 or 3 jobs, and they're selected for the power. That's what America is now. And if you want to listen to CNN or MSNBC that's fine. Get your information there. And that's where, and I have respect for you, Lou. You're just getting your information differently. You see my dad hated Donald Trump. And you see, and a lot of people hate him. I don't particularly hate him. So anyway. But let's go back to this gold story that I was reading to you, because Lou, in a strange way, you brought up the one thing that this article is pointing out. So the United States and Europe are now banana republics. Banana republic can be described as, quote, a highly stratified, politically unstable socioeconomic structure with a small ruling class who controls access to wealth and resources. That definition certainly fits the United States and Europe, with a small elite of 1% owning 1/3 of the total wealth in the United States. All right, I was reading that no empire and no currency system has ever survived. And that the current U.S. empire, I'll just start here, even if it's repetitive. The current U.S. empire, with its European colonies, is more of a financial empire than a geographical empire. I call Europe colonies because whatever the United States decides, attacking Iraq, attacking Libya, we came, we saw, he died. That was Hillary. And now Libya is a dysfunctional country, and women are sold into slavery, little girls, little boys, in active slave markets in Libya. Donald Trump didn't do that. That was Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Control of global banks, sanctions on Russian assets, and so on. Europe conforms with US policies without any resistance. The peak of the Roman Empire was around the birth of Jesus. The decline started gradually, and by the time of Marcus Aurelius, 161 Annos Domini, or after death, or AD, the denarius, the Roman silver coin, was already down 25%. The buildup of debt and the debasement of the currency created the crisis of the 3rd century, which was 235 to 283 AD. During that period, during a period of about 50 years, there were more than 50 emperors, most of them assassinated and some killed in battle. During that period, between 235 AD and 283 AD, during that period, there were barbarian invasions and migration into Roman territory. Multiple civil wars and peasant rebellions occurred, enabling many to grab power illegally or by force. The financial and economic decline of the empire, the Roman Empire, continued unabated with more debts and deficits. By the time of Gallienus, 260 AD, the denarius had lost 99.5% of its silver content. At the end of the crisis of the 3rd century, the empire split into 3 political entities. That's what's coming to the United States. Orange man bad. Biden got on TV last night. It was orange man good. We're going to split into orange man bad, orange man good, and then we're going to have a corridor of the West, the Rockies, going up into Canada, and that'll be a separate state. We'll have the left coast, we'll have the Rocky Mountain State, we'll have the South, and we'll have the Northeast. I don't know where the industrial Midwest will be. This gradual decline of the Roman Empire led to the weakening of central political control, power struggles, budget deficits, increasing debts, corruption, and a weakening currency. Hyperinflation, higher taxes, plague. They just found Black Death in one of the, I think it was in Colorado. We're letting in 19 million people without testing for health. Plague, as well as decreasing army, as well as a decreasing army not paid enough to deal with the great numbers of invading barbarians. Finally, in 476 Annos Domini, the Goths, the Germanic people. My daddy tells me we Germans are not a warlike people. That's from The Simpsons, don't get mad. Led by Odoacer, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it, Odoacer, captured Rome and deposed Romulus Augustulus. Odoacer became the new ruler. So 476 AD became the official end of the Roman Empire, although parts of the Eastern Empire remained. Looking at the bolded paragraph above, and it was bolded, there is virtually no difference between the fall of the Roman Empire and the fall of the United States / Western Empire today. La plus ça change, la plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. There is actually not one single word or description that differs. The plague, for example, is today's, I can't say today's thing on YouTube. I live in a country with free speech, but the plague today is what happened to us a couple of years ago. While the barbarians in ancient times were people who did not belong to one of the great civilizations, Greek, Roman, Christian. In the same way today, the migrants are coming in great numbers from all other non-Western cultures. And since there is no political will to stop the migration, the numbers are more likely to increase than decline. Thus, it is obvious the United States and Europe will look very different in 50 to 100 years. So, it is similar today, and all major empires end in the same fashion. How the United States Western Empire will end is already described in old history books. But let's argue, Lou, that Trump's a really bad guy and Kamala's the future. I'm not trying to get buried in that. I can't hide my feelings. And I respect that you have yours and you have good information and experience to back what you think up. I'm in new territory. For most of my life, I thought the way you did politically and voted that way. I voted for Bill Clinton twice. I voted for Obama twice. I never voted for a Republican before. So, but we can get lost in all that. But if we can try to see the bigger context and how that applies to what we need to do maybe for our own financial security, our family's financial security, our grandchildren's, maybe it's interesting. Otherwise, we can argue that Trump lived a really disadvantaged life. I frankly think Trump would be wealthier if he had just hung on to his father's properties. But I don't think he liked owning them. And I think those properties represented a lot of slumlordism, a lot of racism, a lot of taking advantage of people. And maybe Trump didn't like that. I don't know. I don't want to speak for him. Coming destruction of investors' assets. There are several major risks in the next few years, which can destroy investors' assets. For example, number one, systemic failure of the financial system. Isn't that what we've been studying and talking about? Two, bank collapses, custodian failure, derivatives failure. Three, currency debasement. Four, political social risk, civil unrest. Oh yeah, if Kamala wins, the flyover country is going to revolt. I'll submit to you, Lou, that if Trump wins, the civil unrest will come from the highly educated Eastern and leftist left coast establishments in the streets. I think the stable part of America will not revolt. But we'll find out. We'll find out. And then finally, geopolitical risk. In other words, war. I haven't read this article before. It's funny how closely some of my thoughts align with it, but this guy is the guy to follow, not me. It is no surprise that the final stages of empires, such as the Han, I know all about the Han. No, I don't. Roman, Mongol, Ottoman, Spanish, British empires always included the above ingredients. Let's start with currency debasement. Most people don't understand what fiat paper money stands for. It is not your money that has always guaranteed value. History has clearly proven that no fiat money has ever survived. Without fail, no fiat money has ever survived. All currencies have gone to zero through irresponsible and incompetent management of the economy, which I think we'll find, Lou, is what Kamala Harris is going to put in high speed. Medicare for all migrants, Social Security for all migrants, Medicare for all, forgiveness of college debt for all. It'll be a test, but you could argue, and I would agree with you, that Donald Trump has his own spending problem too. But I also don't know that it matters who it is. It's the banks doing it, because our banking, our debt-based system needs debt to grow, or the whole system collapses. So while they have us arguing, you say Kamala, I say Trump, they're just, we're a snowball rolling downhill, heading for hell. I remember when Coke was a cola. Anyway, Voltaire said it already in 1729. Voltaire said it. Paper money eventually returns to its intrinsic value, zero. Or as J.P. Morgan testified before Congress in 1912, gold is money. Gold is money. Everything else is credit. A bank credit balance in your bank account is just a promise by the bank to pay you. The money you deposited in the bank is not your money. Sounds like something I've been saying. Gold is money, everything else is credit. The only right you have is a claim on the bank. You were just a general creditor of that bank. However, the bank has leveraged your deposit 10x or more. Wow. That sounds like something I was talking about the other day, particularly the old more part. So, for your deposit to be repaid, all debtors of that bank, clients who have borrowed money, must repay their loans. Or they pass it on. They just keep passing it on, passing it on. The banking system is like a Ponzi scheme. It depends on a never-ending stream of new deposits and printed money, or money created out of thin air by issuing debt. With derivatives and other synthetic investments, or instruments, synthetic instruments, the real leverage of some banks can be 30x or more. yes, the government can save depositors of a few small banks, but thereafter, English isn't his language. After that, saving the few small banks. After that, only massive money printing can save the remainder, leading to a total debasement of the currency once again. You can take insurance for the potential of your house burning down, your financial house burning down. Oh, he goes on to explain what he meant. When you insure your house, you don't expect it to burn down. But if it does, fire insurance becomes critical. The same goes for your money. You don't expect that the financial system will collapse. But if it does, you will lose all your money. Whether it is in deposits or securities that are held in custody in the system, or in securities held in custody in the system. Counterfeits. Yes, securities held in custody by a financial institution should, in theory, be yours. Do you remember that company that the governor of New York ran, the Goldman Sachs guy? RBS? Anyway, I sound like Biden anyway. When they got in trouble on a derivatives trade, people had to sue to get their assets out. Eventually they did, but not right away. Securities held by a financial institution should, in theory, be yours. However, as we saw in 2008, banks used customer assets as security for their trading positions. Banks used customer assets as security for their trading positions. They're doing it in the markets now. You see it out in the open. And the boo birds come to taunt you and make fun of me. The other danger with securities is that a big percentage of the securities is actually not in financial assets, such as stocks or bonds, but instead in synthetic securities or derivatives with no underlying real investment. The danger with securities investments is that a big percentage of them are not financial assets such as stocks and bonds. Rather, they are synthetic securities with no underlying real investment. Back in 2002, I created my own gold bank. That was the same year, I wish I had thought of that. That was the same year that in my Father of the Bride speech, I told all of the guests to buy physical gold. Gold was only $300 at the time. As global debt has grown more than 3x since 2022 to 350 trillion, risk has grown exponentially, including the explosion in derivatives. The best way to protect your financial assets is to create your own gold bank. It is incredibly simple. You acquire gold for the percentage of financial assets which you find appropriate. He's talking about his clients. They own 25% of their financial assets in physical gold and silver. Many have a much higher percentage. Now, if you don't have a lot of cash, which I don't, one of the best ways to leverage, or they call it lever, your exposure to gold and to silver is miners, the gold miners. Now, that means owning stocks that you hold in the system. But these stocks will trade up, and when they do, if they do, I believe they will, they'll trade up very quickly. And as you start making profits, you can take, as I said in previous videos, unfortunately, we haven't had any profits to speak of. But I would suggest as you get profits, you take 10% of those profits and buy physical gold and silver. Now he's going to pitch his own product. When you buy gold and silver, the metal should be, and platinum for John, the metal should be stored in professionally managed, ultra secure vault in a safe jurisdiction, preferably outside your country of residence, enabling you to flee to your gold in an emergency. Personally, he says, I prefer Switzerland to Singapore. Well, let's talk about that a bit. Switzerland historically has been safe, but in the age of helicopters and jets, can you be 100% sure that Switzerland will not be attacked? Maybe not. Singapore is right next to China. And if we get into a protracted war with China, is that safe for us? I don't know. The other way to store your gold is Hong Kong, Canada, the United States, Salt Lake. I think there's some vaults in South America. And you can arrange this through the gold company, the places you buy gold, silver, or platinum. But let's talk about the United States or Canada. If that gold is stored above ground or below ground, and there's guards, and there's civil unrest, and there's rioting, and there's starvation in pockets, how do you know the guards aren't going to turn? So it's a frightening thing to realize you cannot be 100% safe by storing your physical metals somewhere. My guess is that Switzerland becomes the safest place. Probably you should spread it out and hope that one of your hideaways survives. The other way is to keep it in your own possession, but you have to zip your lip and not tell anybody. It's heavy, it's hard to transport. Another way to do it is just buy stocks of gold miners, whether they're large or small, or gold ETFs or physical gold securities. I don't think that all brokerage firms will collapse. And I also don't think you'll lose all of your securities. Maybe you won't have access to them, but while, companies like maybe NVIDIA, I'm not saying it will, but while they lose their luster and collapse, companies like Phelps Dodge, Barrick Gold, Newmont Mining, Nova Gold, Wheaton Precious Metals, Nevada Gold, they all go up. And the fact that you won't have access to it is during the panic. I'm not sure it'll remain true, because the one thing about human beings and wealthy human beings, commerce is important, and commerce always finds a way to survive. So remember that gold is instantly liquid. You should keep 3 months spending in your bank account plus a small reserve if you have no other income. Gold and silver become your reserve asset. If you have 3 months cash in the bank and you have some gold, silver, platinum, or gold shares, copper shares elsewhere, if nothing else happens in your life, you can sell a little bit of that soon enough to have money for 90 days. Gold is no one else's liability. Just to remind you, gold is up 8x since the year 2000. He then says it's up 700%. So which is it? I don't know. Gold has outperformed all major asset classes in this century. The compound annual return on gold since George W. Bush came into office is 9.6%. The compound annual return for gold since 2000 is 9.6%. The compound annual return for the S&P with dividends reinvested since 2000 is 7.5%. With the bubble in stocks bound to burst at some point, and remember, it's my opinion, mixing analysts, I think the stock market's going to fear of missing out, go much, much higher before the bubble bursts. But that's speculative on my part. I think you should be looking, the prudent investor should be looking to take out bits and pieces of their profits, of their stock portfolio over the next months. I believe the Fed is going to be accommodative to make sure that Kamala gets elected. And I think we're going to have a few months' time to make this transition. But inflation came in hot today. GDP is strong today. So the Fed is struggling to know what to do. But I think the Fed will and the government will come behind making sure Kamala Harris is elected. So I think we have easy money ahead, maybe lower interest rates, and the sense that there will be a soft landing, everything is good again, and that Kamala is a relief over the mean-spirited Trump, and that she's a new generation, ushering in new possibilities, new American excellence and equality. And I think you could see the stock market boom. But this is the last time. I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't even know if it will happen. But I think you're going to see vertical moves in stocks and maybe other things, and maybe housing. And you have to start taking money off the table and start putting it in metals, maybe water, maybe farming, maybe land, things you know that I don't know. Get ready, maybe cash. Get ready to buy up a fleet of trucks so you can start your own trucking business out of one of the airports or one of the ports as food delivery and medicines and other deliveries become so dear. Anyway, I'm not a trucker, but you can invest in the things you know too. But start thinking that way. Stop thinking that wealth is the dollars in your bank account, although it might be for a while. As I've told you before, I think the dollar, this is what, I don't know if he still thinks this way. Jim Willie thinks, or used to think, and I believe it's true. I think the dollar is going to go up and out, because in the panic, nobody's going to trust any currency except the dollar. I would trust the ruble more than the dollar, but that would make me communist, I guess. But I think the dollar's going to turn into, the dollar-based system is going to turn into an SDR-based system, a special drawing rights-based system. But the IMF is going to get much bigger. It's going to be the countries who have the largest reserves of gold, oil maybe, gold, silver, platinum, but gold and oil maybe. But it's going to, the IMF is going to turn from a DC-based international monetary fund. It's either going to be replaced by a Russian, China, Iranian, Singaporean fund, or the IMF itself is going to become a southern-based fund where the populations are, where the gold is, and where honest markets are. It's going to move away from the dollar. So I think we'll still have a big piece of the special drawing rights or whatever replaces special drawing rights, but we're not going to have 60% of it. I doubt we'll have a quarter of it. We're not going to be USA. We're not going to be 5% of the global population controlling the globe, controlling the financial world, and consuming 30% of the world's resources. Those days are over. Anyway, with the bubble in stocks bound to burst at some point, whether it is soon or in the next few years, I hope it's in the next few years. I wouldn't be surprised. Wow, this guy says a lot of what I've said. He says it differently, though. I've told you I think there's going to be a round trip, and I believe the Dow or the other indexes could fall by, they could go back. I told you I don't know if it'll be 1,000. It could be 2,000. They could fall by 80, 90, 95%. He's saying it differently. He's saying I wouldn't be surprised to see the Dow versus gold ratio decline by 75 to 95%. Wealth is going to be different, at least for a short transitional period. You, not Lou. I see Lou there. I'm not pointing at Lou. You, me, all of us have become comfortable believing our 401ks and our wealth is in our dollar-based securities, our stocks. It might be for the long haul, but I think there's a great cataclysm coming, and we have to get ready to bob and weave. Okay, he says stocks can never be a reserve asset. Stocks can never be insurance for preserving wealth. Only physical gold fulfills that role. Gold is nature's money. Gold is real wealth. Gold is wealth preservation. Gold will be made great again. No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. I said that. So that's gold. I think I've been on for a while. I don't have my phone going. I do want, maybe I won't do it on this call, but I do. There is a gold company that which I'm invested in. It's essentially a private company. But it was public. They are raising a tiny bit of money right now through smaller investors, whilst a large commitment comes in. They're at the stage that they need to build the pilot plant. They've done all the testing to prove up their process to produce 20.2 ounces of gold per ton in the sands they own in Nevada. I can't show you this. Maybe I can show you this. I gotta block that out. Hang on. Gotta block that out. I mean, you can get all this information once you ask me, but I just can't put it out. I can't put this out to anybody, but some other information you can get. But I don't have permission to put it out over the airwaves. But I think this is all generic. So anyway, let me just cross out a couple of names that evil people will try to glean before I show it to you. I don't think it really matters. This is all owned. This is all controlled. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. But anyway, the other day I was telling you, I was reading to you from trying to remember where. It wasn't a book, but I was reading to you an article about gold. And in the United States, I want to, sure, let me, Steve, okay, let me go to Logic. This is the news release that Logic put out on May 23rd, 2024. Logic today revealed the signing of a binding letter of intent to acquire MedLab Essentials, a trailblazer in cell and gene therapy innovation, in which Logic will acquire MedLab in a share exchange of newly issued shares of Logic for 100% of the shareholder interests of MedLab. MedLab will become a wholly owned subsidiary of the company and is expected to place executives in senior management positions in Logic. The valuation, estimated at $100 million, marks a significant milestone for Logic as it diversifies into the burgeoning biotech sector. The preliminary target valuation of MedLab is $100 million, with Logic shareholders poised to retain 15% post-transaction. So Steve, if you take that valuation and that 15% and you use the shares outstanding, which has changed, it's gone up. That number is 5 cents a share to us, 5 cents a share to us. Now the shorts will keep the pressure on, but the stock was 2 cents. That's 5 cents. But let me keep reading this press release from May 23rd, 2024. So the valuation is 100%, with Logic shareholders retaining 15% post-transaction. There will be a NASDAQ NYSE uplisting, and they're going to do a substantial capital raise. So that, you know, that's where the criminals can come in and lie and manipulate. But I don't think they're going to be fooled. But, you know, there's risks here. All right. Now, the third thing, Steve, biotech portfolio expansion. This acquisition represents the first in a series of acquisitions. I added of acquisitions for clarity, targeting a cumulative value exceeding 750 million, focusing on biotech and cell and gene therapy. Cell and gene therapy assets. So I did that arithmetic, assuming 15%, and I did it at 750 million, although it says exceeding. And I came up with a number, Steve, if they did it all at the same time, which is what I would have preferred they did, of 43 cents a share. But let's keep reading. Logic will acquire MedLab through a share exchange, issuing new Logic shares for 100% of MedLab shareholder interests. MedLab will integrate a wholly owned subsidiary. Sorry, that was my eyesight, Steve. MedLab will integrate as a wholly owned subsidiary of Logic. As I read forward, this eye lags and this eye doesn't see. So MedLab will integrate as a wholly owned subsidiary of Logic, with key MedLab executives joining the senior management team. Upon the closing of the transaction, Brent Sun will be stepping down as CEO. As the transactions proceed, the management and the board of directors will be changed to reflect expertise and focus around the cell therapy sector. This is a risk because new management and new board of directors can be fooled by the liars, in my judgment, at Aubrey Advisors, or whomever was responsible for the disastrous DSPAC. Somebody was. Aubrey Advisors was the sponsor. Okay, the union with MedLab propels us into the lucrative biotech domain, enabling the development of groundbreaking treatments for serious illnesses. And it allows the NewCo to bring to the market medicines directed against targets in a wide range of diseases. And remember, the shorts never get sick. So they're going to try to kill this. I don't think they're going to be successful. In the short run, maybe, but in the long run, in a wide range of diseases across longevity and rejuvenation core therapeutic areas, MedLab's cell-based biocarrier platform will provide capabilities and potentially could give NUCO an arsenal with versatile therapeutic building blocks, fostering innovation in multi-specific and bispecific medicines. In addition, access to proprietary laboratory technology will allow us to broaden our capabilities to treat patients. The story continues. Let me find the rest of the story. I'll get back to gold, and I'll get back to your questions. But Steve, I'm trying to answer your question on logic. Okay, let me just finish, Steve. This announcement that was 2 months ago. The COO said, this merger is a pivotal moment for MedLab. Aligning with logic grants us access to capital R&D, longevity, life extension on a global scale. Okay, there'll be a capital raise, which is what the shorts hear about, and that they know if they keep destroying the stock, Aubrey advisors will come in and advise the company to accept money at the lower price. I don't think that's going to happen here, and I'll do everything to prevent that I can. They have uplisting goals by the end of 2024. Remember, the shorts think if we can get it under 1, then they'll do a reverse split. They're nonstop. The evil is nonstop. Okay, the valuation, MedLab has agreed to a gross valuation of $100 million for the transaction. That's always at the final negotiation, lower stock price, that's always a risk. Innovation, MedLab excels in developing cell-based therapy products for cancers and age-related diseases and other things. They have an advanced treatment platform. It uses a bunch of crap. I don't know what it is. Okay, and then they discuss that they're going to use this to develop and manufacture cell-based products to treat hard-to-treat cancer, osteoarthritis. They're focusing on longevity and anti-aging, life extension, and other indications. They're going to have accessible off-the-shelf therapies, and they're going to expand into life extension therapies. This transaction is expected to be completed by July 31, 2024, subject to standard closing. This acquisition is the first of 3 biotech-focused companies with subsequent acquisitions already in the letter of intent phase. Okay. Now, Steve, let me see if I can print out this 1 hour ago in news. I'll print this out and I'll go over it with you. And I'll be less, didactical because I was just going over something that's old and I wasn't interacting. We'll try to interact on this one. I haven't looked at the price yet, but I totally expect that the shorts will short the stock to convince you this is bad news. All right, it's printing. Now let me I've got to take a moment. Damn, 5 calls.
Hello?
Hey, sorry, I didn't see you called. I was on the other line. I'm alive.
These stocks, in my eyes, are played out. Don't get me wrong, you can trade them, make money on them. And I would advise people, you want to buy the dip, sell the rip, because people still believe in them strongly. And I wish them the best of luck. I just don't feel it anymore because everything that I see, I use based on data. And I don't see what they're saying. I have no idea. Roaring Kitty has disappeared. I don't know what's going on there. Okay. We know this is short here. I talked about the institutional ownership in GameStop went from 34% to 28%. It's going the wrong way. When institutions start buying it, get back to me. I haven't seen it. When I did the report on them in 2020, I reported it was 177% owned by institutions. Now it's 28. What does that tell you? When the stock went, they sold it out. That's what happened. All right. So again, that's how I look at these things. And remember, the short sellers, if they thought they can win, they let the stocks go up. As you can see, I'm back in town. They were offering 200, 100. Their big trade today is the 5-share number. 5 shares, 5 shares, 5 and 1s. And now they got 300 offered at 211. They got to try to move it down. The stock's up 8 cents, not $8. 8 cents, 10 cents. And it's like we ripped their hearts out. That's because they want no momentum, zero momentum. This is their game plan. It's not just here. They're doing it in other stocks. The bear raids on DJT and GameStop and all the other names that are in this arena are here to flush out people who own stock on margin. You have a margin call. Most people have a tendency when they get a margin call, they'll put up money one time. As the stock goes lower, the second time they sell it out. They don't want to no one wants to keep funding a bad bet. That's how most people look at these things. All right. And they take advantage of that. My friend was in BUZI. He owned 2 million shares. I forgot how many for investors. They pushed the stock down from 9. He called up Yvonne Hubler, the head of NASDAQ short sales, told her every day the shorts are manipulating it lower because his clients are going to have margin calls. They all sold out. The stock went down to 2, then turned around and went to 24. So his clients lost money because of margin. FingerMotion, there is no margin. Everybody's in it, has paid in full, owns the stock, and it's like an option that doesn't expire. Now, what do you want to do? They can't, pushing it down doesn't mean anything anymore. Where are they going? All right, the company's in business, it's growing, the CEO's telling you that, and these idiots are trapped. All right, there's no debt, there's nothing here, right? We have a small company that's got 230 million shares short, and just look at it. We traded 200,000 shares. If they didn't play games, that 200,000 shares would be 40,000 shares, like we saw early this morning. There's nothing. This stock is not trading 200,000 shares. 160,000 of it's fake. I'm sure some people have bought. Maybe my number's off a little bit. I didn't see the run to 223. I don't know if it was trading in that, but there's been a lot of wash trades. How about all those big bids we saw early this morning before I disappeared? 50,000. I put it up. The whole volume was 50,000. It was bid for 50,000. Where are those buyers? They're spoofing. They're playing games. They want people to hit their bids. It's the whole thing's a scam. In 75 days, in 1 hour and 5 minutes, it'll turn to 75 days. Pat Byrne is going to come in and destroy them. Pat Byrne has said it on the calls. I posted it 1,000 times. You don't believe me? Listen to it. It's not my voice. It's Pat Byrne. I'm working on putting with Busy Brands to making an all-star events for everybody to listen, get a nice, fresh, updated, so you don't think we're fooling around here about what the future lies for the short sellers. And we're not letting these guys get away. You have anything to say, William?
Yeah. I couldn't get you through the speaker. Apparently, I had you muted right at the beginning when you were asking about Fngr in the call. Maybe we could recreate some of your questions and my answers and your
I was talking
thoughts.
about these two girls. I was talking about these two girls that met at the bar. That's what I was talking about. I heard a great line from an old Kimmy Schmidt. I forget the name of the show. Invincible. I forget what it's called. And she was saying that she has this new workout she's doing. She's moving boxes up and down stairs in people's apartments. And they said, that, wait a second, you're working for a moving company. And she thought she was doing a new gym workout. But go ahead, William.
Anyway, you started by asking me, how did the call go? And you said, I forget your 3 questions. I answered them. And then
My
you
one
gave me
question
some
was,
insight.
Are the employees or the management, do they lose focus? Do they are upset? The morale?
No, he didn't answer that.
Okay,
I put in, I tried to put in, and they didn't answer my inquiry. So it was run by a group called Skyline.
Did he answer the question about what's the ratio of women to men in China? Did you ask him that? I know you're looking for a bride. There's got to be a good hit ratio there, William.
I didn't ask that question.
Okay, that was an important question for you because I think it's more like 3 to 1. I think there's more women than men there or something like that.
I think you got it backwards, but all right.
Okay, either way, I'm just trying to hook you up. What do you want me to do?
But anyway, we talked, you asked me if he talked about revenues, which he didn't. You asked me if he talked about big deals. He didn't. You asked me if he talked about the dividend. My memory on the dividend was that he said it's with his attorneys right now. And you said, okay, good. It's getting done.
Yeah, if it's on our side, that means the SEC is good with it. And the attorneys probably have to just change something. The SEC's probably asked them to reword something or do something. It's basic dividends, nothing more than that.
And then
they probably asked them. All right. So
I told
no hold up.
I told you somebody asked him whether or not there was any research on the company. And he said, no, he used to have it. But he said he made a special point to say that he's working on getting something soon. I'm paraphrasing. So that was good. And I think you know who that might be, but of course he can't talk about it. And then you pointed out that to me, and you were trying to point out to everybody that the CEO is limited by Reg FD and full disclosure. And there's a lot of things he can't talk about right now.
Right. Yeah. The companies are on lockdown. If you say one thing wrong as a CEO, the SEC will hang you. If you're a criminal, you can do whatever you like, and they throw you a party. Like, for example, that guy, Savvy Management, who's partners with Lynn Partners, Savvy Management, was busted in a naked short selling scheme. I put it up last night. I showed the relationship. They work together. The guy got arrested. The SEC caught him in a naked short selling scheme. Where's the DOJ? I don't know. Scheme means trying to rob people. I don't get it. It's got to go criminal, and I expect it to go criminal. It's just I don't know when. So again, that's that. But again, FingerMotion, if you look at it, I said this morning, it's not even trading. What you're seeing is a lot of fake wash trades, small trades back and forth to create volume. They create this volume because they've tried to get people to think that it's good. If you're short 2 million shares, they're going to say, well, 2 million shares, 1.7 million shares at the 200,000 a day, they'll cover this in no time. 5, 6, 7 days, this could be covered. That's completely false. If they're not naked shorting, covering 1.7 million, the stock will be 10, and it'll take them a long time if they want to start covering this thing. All right, that's how the naked short numbers distort the real short covering number, which is on shortsqueeze.com. If you look at the 4th column down, it says days to cover. So they use it based on the big volume. If the volume was real, then you can calculate that number properly. To cover FingerMotion with 230 million shares short, we don't have enough days in the years to make them cover this thing. So that's what's so dangerous, because when they fold and Pat Burns steps in and exposes this thing, It'll be like one of those waves off of Portugal, that 100-foot wave. That's how big it's gonna be. Anything else?
Let me see if there's any questions.
Listen, GTII, I told you next week there's a big hearing going on. That's what I heard. Which hopefully the receiver can come in here and throw out management, and we can get going there. There's people with deals left and right that want to join in. So follow Richard Hoffman on that. That's it. That's all you have to do is follow Richard Hoffman. Follow the bouncing ball. DJT, you have to be insane to be short this stock. People that are trading it, believe me, they're all going to get dragged into an attempt on the president's life. I expect everyone on the short side to get some sort of notice to come testify about what their positions are.
I don't see any scintillating question. Oh, here. David is asking you, what's the target price for margin calls in Fngr? Or what's the squeeze price, I guess?
I said the squeeze trigger number has got to be around $4 now. It was $4.74. I posted it for a while. We haven't traded enough volume to lower this thing by $2 or $1 yet. It just hasn't. This hasn't been enough volume. DJT was 54.73, I think it was, something like that. There's been plenty of volume to drop that number below 50 now. So that number's come down a lot. But they're also down $20 from 50. So you understand that these guys are still flexing their muscles down here at 30 because they can't sell enough to lower that price from, 54, maybe it's 50. They can't get it. Once it gets down to 40, they'll be pressing this thing like crazy. But the clock has run out, as far as I'm concerned. There's 75 days to go. We got 57 minutes, and we're down to 75 days. It goes quickly. Next week we'll be below 70. Where are these guys going? Their clock is running out.
I guess this is a generic question, and Vin is using Kenny Boy as his blanket bad guy. But if Kenny Boy is creating fake shares and those fake shares are discovered, does he have to locate real shares? And what would force him to do so?
Pat Byrne is an expert. There'll be expert people on our side. They're going to change the rules and kill them. That's what's going to happen. We will be in control of the SEC. Pat Byrne will be in charge. He'll be around, maybe not be the top guy, but he'll be calling the shots. DJT is being abused just like we are. That's Donald Trump stock, in case you haven't figured it out. Donald Trump knows that there's free GameStop type money when you squeeze the shorts. Believe me, he wants it. It's free. It's for his family. He did nothing wrong. The people that did it need to pay the price. What's going to happen in DJT? This is my guess. They're going to reach out to Ken Griffin. I'm going to tell him, if you're short this thing, you and your friends, you need to close it up, take this stock, buy it back. They're going to give him a warning and make him take his lumps. Okay, all those guys. The small criminals, the Lind Partners, the Yorkvilles, the Kramers, the Savvy Managers, they're going to be made an example of, and they're going to jail. Because those guys cannot exist. Ken Griffin is big, and they're going to warn him, and he's going to get a heads up, and the game is going to change. And that's how you're going to tell what's going on there. Ken Griffin is a very powerful guy, and they're going to warn him, but he's going to have to stop doing what he's doing. All these guys. Virtue, I think Virtue could be a zero. I told you I was at a party on Saturday, and one of the gentlemen owned VIRT, and he got into it because the CEO, the guy who owns the Panthers, was his brother. This guy knew his brother. Number one, he said he's cheap. And number two, he said the guy's he got COVID and he's like a recluse. He stays in. He doesn't go anywhere. That's what it's.
It's like a bad. It's like a bad novel or a bad movie.
Well,
the guy makes all
basically-
his money and then he's it's a tragedy at the end.
That's what happened. He's like a real idiot. They said. But I told the person that I know the stock was $30. I said, get out of it. There's a good chance this thing goes to zero. BIRT, because they can only make money by naked short selling. They can't make any money doing anything else. They're just as good as you trading. They're no better. If the game wasn't slanted in the favor, they couldn't make any money. Go to the roulette wheel, see how everybody does betting the same. Everyone's on the same bet with no edge, right? We all have to start guessing the numbers. Well, that's what they would be doing, and then they can't do it in size. They'll be small little firms. Trust me, they won't be taking bets on. When you go to buy the stock, they're not going to short it because they don't know anything about it. If you have to deliver it, they can't short it. They can't cover it.
Right.
And since we've been on the phone, the stock has traded 1 share, 2 shares, and all those shares that I speak of, all these odd lots. It's funny, they always trade on the bid side. Like someone just sold, 1 share at 210. Who in their right mind is going to wake up, wants to go out and sell 1 share? Give me a break. They've been selling it every day. I've been reporting it. The reason they do the small trades because the government doesn't. The government doesn't catch the people doing small trades. When you rob the bank and you steal, I guess under a certain dollar amount, they're not considered Bonnie and Clyde. Nothing else?
No, they don't. There's not a lot of questions here. One guy's asking for clarification on your countdown. What does it mean?
It's trading days, trading days, trading days. Here, I'll give you a verification right now. Hold on a second. I'm going to Google it. Days until presidential election calendar. Okay. This didn't give me the countdown. Oh, I'm sorry. There's 102 days to go. Okay. If you look at 102 days to go, how many days are weekends? Take them away. And that's what I did when I did it. The weekends don't count. We don't trade stocks on the weekends, right?
Right.
I always put it trading days. That means Monday to Friday when the market's open. I don't give a shit about the weekend. There's 102 days and there's going to be 75 trading days only. Those are days that you have to figure out and make your bets or invest wherever you like to go. Is that clear enough?
Yeah, that's good. I think his further question is, he gets that, but what will make it squeeze quickly afterward, or what's the time frame?
Well, let's look at it this
If
way.
it squeezes,
So for the gentleman on the call who's asking these questions, me and you are the bad guys. We're looking at this thing saying, fuck these guys. There's 75 days to go. When it gets to 22 days, we look at each other and say, if these guys change the rules, what are we going to do? And you'll say, fuck it, let it go. Then they change the rules and you get wiped out in one day and you go to jail. Or you can start trying to take your punishment now and start covering before it happens. This way you can at least say, hey, we tried to cover back before you change the rules, right? The rules are in place already. These guys are committing fraud. So changing the rules is not going to save them. But if you at least start covering back, when you do get dragged in front of the court and you lose $1 billion, they're going to sit there and say, hey, these guys have been trying to cover it. Instead of doing 10 years, you may do 2. But they're going to jail anyway, all these characters. And here they come. Hurry up, get FingerMotion, get it down as low as possible. We don't want it up 3 cents today. I told you, accumulation, never chase. These guys are about trying to manipulate it for pennies. They're so desperate. If the stock stayed 211 to 214 the rest of the day, I would have no problem with that. But you can see they moved 100 shares, dropped the bids, 100 shares, dropped the bids. That shows you the desperation for somebody to be standing there doing that. And that's not Ken Griffin doing this.
No, it's scumbags. Not that he's not a scumbag. So.
Well, no, they are. Listen, that's what they are, but they don't do it in the smaller names. They're in the big names. There's no volatility in this name. And when there's no volatility, this is what you get. What happens is the rope is just getting tighter around their necks. They need volatility. As you can see, they did it in DJT. They drove it from 50 to 29, 30 bucks. That's volatility. GameStop, they drove it from 29.97 or whatever it was. Like, was last Friday, I think it was, that high. And they killed it straight down to break down to 25 bucks, wherever it was. It went from breaking out to breaking down. How many times have we seen that, William? Oh, the chart says this. What do I tell you about charts? You can't trust them. You can't chart security fraud. Impossible. Right. I've been saying that for a long time. So people that have been here listening, I say that all the time. You can't chart security fraud.
Right.
So, GameStop is breaking out. It's breaking out. The golden triangle, this, that, blah, 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 blah. Down $5. What did I tell you? Buy the dips, sell the rips. Okay? Even though the stock is pulled back, the person I know doing it, he's still up $6 in it. Okay? He's been day trading it. He's upside down now. So he's down $2.50, $3. So 8 minus 3 is still up 5. Everyone who paid 25, 26 is down 2. That's the art of trading. FingerMotion just traded 2.0823. I don't know what the amount was, whatever it was, but that is a naked short. Someone was trying to buy something. They won't even let it trade higher. They sold it to you at 20823. I posted yesterday, my cousin went to pay 202, and they sold it to him at 2.01, blah, 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 blah. Same pattern. When you see those numbers like that, that means they're shorting it. Because they don't want it to trade at 211. So they sell it at 20823. If they want it, if they thought they can win, they let it go higher. That is your answer. That's all that is. That's all you can keep saying. I got all the lines for you, right? It's bail before jail, so you better not fail, right? Pat Byrne always uses the Gandhi quote. First they laugh at you. I forget that whole line. What is that line, William?
Yeah, first they laugh at you, then they love you.
Hold on a second. Let me get it. His famous quote. I don't want to use that one.
Then they make you starve to death.
I can't remember what it is. I'm sorry. First they laugh at you. At the end of it is they laugh at you, they fight you, and in the end, then you win. So see if I can find it. I heard someone said this one. There's first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. Mahatma Gandhi.
And then they assassinate you.
And then they assassinate you. Well, so we got that going for us. Right, so we've been sitting here, nothing's traded. We got less than 40 minutes to go. We go to 75 days. The countdown is trading days. There's 102 regular days to go. Take away the weekends. We do not trade stocks on the weekends. That's why I eliminated those days. You have inside information. Pat Byrne is going to come in and destroy them. straight from his mouth. It's on Twitter. We spoke to him, and that's what you have. We're trying to freshen that up for you. So if you don't believe it, we'll get it out there again, nice and fresh. So we'll get Pat Byrne to freshen that up for us. All right? If they somehow, block Donald Trump from winning, cheating, or what any other crazy means, then we have a problem in the short swing. So that's where we're at right now. I don't believe they can, and I think it's over, and I'm counting down the days. I'm doing this 24 years. People always say to me, can you get it to the day? And I always say it's very difficult, and there's another 100, 200 shares trading at 208. It's always on the downtick. Remember the trading patterns. You can see it for yourself. I'm not making it up. It's right here. It just traded at 208, blah, blah, blah. Now they printed at 208. So next thing you're going to see the 208 bid. That's for 100 shares. They'll drop. And it'll be 207 to 209, 100 shares each way. Why wouldn't you offer 100 shares to mark it down, William? You're short 230. What's the big deal on 100, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't make these numbers make no difference. DJT, I agree with the same thing there, but it's very difficult when you're using $30, $40, $50 stocks. It's a lot of money. Here, there's no room. Where are they going? The company's in business. It's issuing a special dividend, whether it's going to be this week, next week, or the week after. It's coming. And they're going to it's 10%. So if they're 10%, if they're short 230 million, 10% of that is 23 million more shares short. And someone's going to sit there and say, well, if they're not covering these, how are they covering those? I agree with you, but Pat Byrne's going to make them do it. Pat Byrne's going to make them do it. How many companies are going into this wonderful event doing exactly what I just repeated to you? Zero. No one's doing this. We're timing it. It's walking right into Patrick Byrne. It's right there. Not only we're making it 10% worse for them. Not 10 shares, 10%, 23 million more shares short. Right into their face, we're doing it. Nothing else, William? I don't want to sit here.
One guy.
I'd rather you just answer calls, anything about the questions that they
No,
had.
this guy came back from 4 months, but he doesn't have a real good question.
Yeah, listen, again, people, the CEO spoke. He's giving you, CEOs do not come out of hiding when there's bad news. That's just a fact. Go own a company that's not doing well and see if the CEO comes out there talking positive. They never do because they'd be held liable for it. You were saying this, you were saying that. Unless they have something to back it up and their business is growing, they're all going to hide. And I can't blame them because they get attacked for it. But this CEO has been very aggressive. He's been coming out. He's on video, so you can actually listen to it or record it or see his visual. He's right there. He's not hiding. He's telling you everything's great. They're excited. They got he told you a big deal was coming. They announced a big deal, right? I can't talk more about it. I think he said that to you, William. I can't talk more about it, but it's coming and we're very excited. Bang, there was a new deal. It takes time to make millions of dollars, as Lone Knight said on Twitter. It takes time. All right, everybody's looking for that quick trade. I want to buy DJT at 29 and sell it at 52. Can I do that in an hour? Yes, you can. It happens. But it's very infrequent that it does happen. If you want to gamble, you can go play NVIDIA and Tesla. They're all over the place. You win one day, you lose the next day. Right? Tesla was down what? Got slaughtered yesterday. Today it's up 7. So if you bought it when it was super ugly, maybe you're lucky and you're only down $1. That's how fast they drop. And when they rally back, you know what? Guess what, people? We buy stocks, and when we rally back, we all do the same thing. We sell them too soon. There it is. They're off to the 600 at 210 now. The people, do you see the same march? It's the same march every day to push it lower. Get it down to even. Get it down to even. We don't want to put up any more margin money. That's, again, I just go back and forth on that. And this is how you study stock trading, people. You have to memorize the pattern. All right, the pattern's right in front of your face. I'm reporting it to you right now. So you see that pattern. It's the same pattern every day. But what was I saying? I forgot what the hell else I was talking about.
I didn't remember.
I'm just babbling. Again, just study the patterns. You can see the pattern. You got 75 days and 30 more minutes. 75 days. We're down to 75 days. Tomorrow, after tomorrow, that tomorrow is 75. And we start off Monday at 74. What more do you want? You got 74 days. You know the month. You know the timing. You know the options to buy if you want to play options. You know exactly when it is. Pat Byrne, Donald Trump wins, Pat Byrne gets in, and he will decapitate them. I put up 100 videos. Google, go to Yahoo, go hit up Pat Byrne. Watch his videos. He tells you, listen to the anger in his face when they told him, they made fun of him, the most hated guy on Wall Street. They threatened his life. You think he's going to go easy on him? Not a prayer. Not a prayer. I'm trying to educate you on Pat Byrne so you can make a decision on what you want to do. And this is an opportunity that I've never seen ever. They're giving you the timing. Now, if you want to stay short going into this thing, you're good luck. Because it's going to happen. And their lawyers are going to come up. Gibson Dunn is going to start calling their clients and say, hey, guys, these guys are going to get in. And the SEC people are going to jump ship. And Pat Byrne's going to get in here and put his people in here. And then see what happens. Go see what happens when Pat Byrne gets in here. And I'm sure 85% of the people at the SEC are good people. 15% of the commissioners, all the people that at the higher level, those are the dirty people. And the people, I'm sure there's some SEC enforcement people that are tipping off the bad guys, and you see that every once in a while. But I'm sure they're tipping off the lawyers that the rule hasn't changed yet. We haven't seen anything yet. But that's what they're talking about behind the scenes. Someone asked me, why is the volume drying up in all these big names? Because I think that the shit is going to hit the fan, and a lot of people are unwinding and trying to get out of these things. First to get out always gets the best price. Everyone knows that, right? So if we had more than one short in FingerMotion, we have two shorts, but I believe it's the same person. All right, so you got, I believe it's the same person. See the Jeff Easton's mother, his cousin, but he's calling the shots on it. What else, William? Go take your medication. Get rid of that knee pain. When my knee bothers me, I put icy hot on it or a bag of ice. Does that help you at all?
One guy's asking you, look, you've been on 230 million short forever. Don't you think it's more than that?
Why? Does it really have to go up? What's the difference at this point? You can make it 100. Let's be conservative. People can say, what are you, crazy? Blah, blah, blah. I'd say, you know what? It's not 230. Let's drop it 30 million. Let's go to 200. Is it really going to make a difference? I think we've proven that it's out of control. Yes, I do think it's higher, but I don't need to raise it up. Whatever they're doing now, you guys don't realize, even 50,000 a day is $1 million a month. Right? Was it 250 a week? It's $1 million a month. We got 4 months already, just with the sideways action, right? That's another 4 million, 5 million shares. Easy. And the number always goes up. They don't cover anything. Once we get in this group like this, they don't cover. They're going to file for bankruptcy, walk away, whatever their offshore accounts, wherever cave they're calling from or doing it from, the whole network will get dragged down, and that's what's going to happen. But we don't care about that. The government knows it. Everybody knows this is going on, and it's coming to an end. Listen, everything I'm saying, you need to make your decision and figure it out yourself. If you believe GameStop's the place you're supposed to be, figure it out in GameStop. I don't like GameStop because the CEO just sold 120 million shares and he made the shorts a ton of money. So that's my, and no one's ever filed that they bought it. All the people that are pro GameStop, I asked them the question and no one comes back to me. Who bought the 120 million shares? Not one person filed. To me, that means the shorts bought it. So that means like GNS, like AMC, these guys have helped cover the shorts, whether you like it or not. Don't get me wrong, there could be many more. I got it. But there's been they're actually helping the shorts cover. So to me, that's not my game. I like people that don't do it. And FingerMotion hasn't done it. And FingerMotion is working to make it work for the short with the dividend. A reward for investors, you get 10% extra when they announce the dividend and the record date. That date, if you own it on that record date, you get 10% as a gift, as a free warrant. So let's say it's $3, and let's say it's a 2-year warrant. I don't know how long it is. In 1 year, if the stock goes to 50 minus 3, you make $47. If you have 1,000 shares that you got for free, you make $47,000. That's a nice gift from the company. And it doesn't hurt FNGR. It's going to be a warrant, FNGRW. It'll trade. So let's say you get 1,000 warrants for free. And the stock and the warrant opens for trading at 10 cents to 50 cents. If you want to sell your 1,000 shares, your 1,000 warrants at 50 cents, you'll get $500 for it. Now, I don't know about you, but if those things are anything below $1, I'm going to advise every friend that I know to grab all you can. Because you're getting 2 years of a free shot to the upside at $3. Based on everything I see with this company doing business, everything happening, what happens if the company comes out with a warrant and it comes out next week? All right, William, you paying attention?
I'm paying attention.
And you get them next week. And the thing starts trading and they're 20 cents to 50 cents. And you sell it at 50 cents. And the next day, the short squeeze happens. And it's $60. 60 minus 3, you make 57,000. But you took it away to get $500 and pay tax on it. You see the problem they're going to have? I don't think many people are going to sell them. And I know people that want to buy them. I don't think there'll be a lot for sale. So they're going to be short 23 million of those things. They're going to have to cover them. 23 million. And there's going to be no sellers there. There's buyers there. And as that starts to go, guess what's going to happen to the stock? The stock's going to go. Because if the warrant's going, the stock is going to go. So good luck. Just understand what you're getting here. It'll be FNGRW. Any other questions?
Why do wash trades not create fake shares? And if they don't create fake shares, why don't the actors just wash trades rather than create fake shares?
Hey, what is that? That sounds like the Riddler from Batman. Anyway,
Gretchen Rutherford.
Gretchen, I'm sorry. I'm only goofing. Listen, a wash trade means you just sell it to me and then I give it back to you and you give it back to me. We're going back and forth with the same trade. It's a fake trade going back and forth. That's all it is. It costs money to do it. They're not doing it for free. So every time they do these little things, but they try to create fake volume by you selling it. Let's say you have two accounts, Gretchen, account A and account B. You sell 10,000 naked short to account B. You're short 10,000 shares. Now account B is long 10,000 shares. The next day we do it back to you. Now you're 10,000 that you were short. You buy it back from me. You're flat and I'm flat. Now we may make a penny or lose a penny on it. And that's how it goes back and forth. It's like a ping pong game. So they go back and forth with the same account. I'm up a penny. The next day I'm down a penny. Up a penny, down a penny. But they create this volume. And people like to believe, back in the day, William can attest to this, we used to use volume as an indicator that a stock was going. Today's game, we can see 50 million shares of a stock trade in the same spot. It's impossible. How does a stock trade 100 million shares when there's, 5 million shares in a company? That's them watching trades back and forth. Okay, they create this illusion. They move it back and forth. And in the middle of the wash, investors come pouring in. Look at all this buy volume. Look at all this volume. And they could do it to the upside. They do it to the downside. It depends on the game. Does she understand that?
Yeah.
If you look, just Google what a definition of a wash stock trade. It says it's illegal. They try to create the illusion of more shares trading or whatever the instrument is trading. JP Morgan Trader just went to jail for wash trades or spoofing. I forgot which one he went to jail for. Did anyone see the big spoofing of the 50,000 shares to buy today and the 25,000 to buy? Now, I don't know if they crossed them at any point because I had to leave, but those were, I think I posted, it was at 215 or 213. It was, used to be 50,000, but the volume was 50,000 on the day. I posted it, it was 50,000 to buy. Who's rushing to sell 200 shares when you see those big buy orders? What happened to those big buy orders? Did they cross them? I didn't get a chance to see it. If they didn't cross it, that means they were spoofing. So they do a lot of criminal activity throughout the day. I can't stop it. It's up to the SEC. I post about it because it shows the time, the date, and what they're doing. I take a photo of it. So if anybody wants to investigate it, Wes Christian's always looking for data or spoofing in his lawsuits. Well, if you study it every day like I do, you can see it all the time. But you can't see it in GameStop. You can't see it in DJT because it's too fast and it's too active. All right, so you really got to be good on those names. FingerMotion, I can take a nap, wake up, have lunch, and still see the fraud. That's because it's slow motion. This isn't a fast trading stock. So you can actually see the crime in slow motion. It's like the thieves are falling in the bank. They can't get up. They're taking a nap. It's so stupid. And I hope everybody else can see it. And if you can't see it, speak up about it because it's very easy to see.
She says, thank you to you.
Does she understand it? Does she understand it?
I don't know. She didn't say that, but I assume she does.
Just make sure if she has any more questions. Let's go.
No new questions since we started. One guy pointed out that JD Vance was involved with RUM, RUM, the SPAC that did RUM. I have no idea if that's true.
I don't know. Well, let's hope it is because we want the more political. We can have the president, the vice president, one of the Democratic Kennedy, all fighting for naked shorts. You got Devin Nunes, the House Intel Committee. Who else we got to get in here? Pat Byrne. The more the merrier. This is going to end poorly because guess what? JD Vance, Donald Trump, Devin Nunes, they've done nothing wrong. They're public companies being manipulated by crooks. Why shouldn't they get a deserve to get some of that GameStop money? What did they do to their family? They did nothing. they got involved with a public company before he became the vice president, or Donald Trump became the president. He got involved. He wasn't the president when he got involved in Truth Social, right? So why wouldn't he have the opportunity? So I believe that 75 or whatever it is, 76 days, now going to be 75, that this is going to happen earlier. So I think the clock is running real quick now, because I think Donald Trump is going to have to execute the DJT people way before the election, because he doesn't want to have all these Democrats running around saying he made money because he's the president of the United States. There's no reason to do that. I mean, he should do it, but you know what? If he does say it later on, it's only going to benefit all of us, because he can't just say, "Hey, just DJT. Don't forget everybody else." He can't say that, right?
She understands. She thinks it's just fraud everywhere, all different ways.
It's 100%, and that's what we keep saying. But the difference is, in this FingerMotion, we trap them. Unless the company sells them the stock, okay, they're trapped. And the company's not showing some. The company's making it 10% worse for them. As soon as that dividend is approved and you get the record date, it goes 10% worse. And the difference between this and a GTI is that this company has fundamentals. GTII needed to get the fundamentals, and they had plenty of time, and they did not. And the clock ran out on them. So now it has to be reversed. And FingerMotion just traded it, William, at 2.0990.
Wow.
They won't let it trade at 2.10, 210. They can't let it trade up. That means they shorted that 100 shares again, whatever it was. They tried to buy it at 210.
Wow.
That's how you can tell it's a short sale, when you see 2.0990.
Wow.
Because how do you get change from that? I'm going to give you $2.10, William, you're going to pay 2.0. How do I get change? How do you pay me back? What's that number? That number is so stupid that it even trades at these numbers. We got 22 minutes and the clock turns again. That's all I can do, is, my friends, is keep lowering the number, let them know we're not going away. And let me ask you this, everybody. I don't care if there's one person here or 1,000 people, it doesn't make a difference to me. How many stocks have you ever heard a group of people give detailed numbers, give details, every gory detail you would want to hear, every day, twice a day, 3 times a day, every day, sometimes 7 days a week? Important information. We don't sit there and say we're roaring kitty and just whatever the fuck that guy does. He's left everybody hanging. He's a disgrace. He should have came out and said, "Hey, I'm not selling my stock, but if you bought the stock at 20 and it goes to 80, you better make some money for yourself. I'm here for the long term." That's what he should have said. Instead, the company, I believe, sold him out, took the money, and now he has no choice but now to say, "Hey, I'm here for the long term," which is okay. But at least tell everybody, now I'm a long-term holder. The short squeeze game has been put on the back burner. We have something completely different. The company's on our side. They're making it 10% worse for the shorts. They haven't taken any money. All right? They're on our side, and they're building a good company already. GameStop has to use that money that they just raised to go build a good company. And I hope they do. I hope it works. But that's the game. AMC doing the same thing. They took the money, they lowered their debt, they paid off their debt, they did everything they're supposed to do as a company. But he took the money. I put a photo of him with my friend and his son in the Kansas City booth at the football game, asking him to do a special dividend. He had no interest. And I told you at that point, sayonara, I'm done. I won't talk about it again. And I haven't ever talked about AMC again. And what did he do? He sold out. He raised the money too. See the difference, people?
Maybe.
All right, we got a big buy program going on in FingerMotion, William. It's 100 shares to buy at 209 and 400 shares to sell at 210. Like, it really makes a big fucking deal that the stock's up and down a penny. It makes the big deal is that they haven't covered shit. Just mark that down on your desk, everybody. Today is what, Thursday, whatever, the 25th of July, and they haven't covered shit. And we all know about it, Jeff Easton. Go out there and slaughter your friends in KNW and whatever that other stock is, GMGI. Those CEOs should be thrown out for not doing their homework or just taking the money because the lawyers told them to do it. KNW was 90 cents. I reported it every day. Stay away, be careful, it's 37 cents. Those poor people in Seattle that know the CEO, he probably told them, oh, we just got money from Lynn Partners. Everything's great. Yeah, sure. That's the ones that are the most deadly when you know the CEO. Because he's telling you, oh, we're getting money. You don't know the money's coming from these guys. And look what happens to the stock. All right, William, we're building up here. It's 200 shares by 400 shares now. With no trades. What a waste of time. It's a waste of everyone's time on the phone. And like I said, while I'm sitting here wasting my time before 4 o'clock, ask the questions. I don't give a shit what stock you have. Ask the questions. Maybe I can help you out.
There's a stock someone asked about. Let me look it up. It was a while ago. I just assumed he was trying to distract people, but I can't find it. I'll keep looking.
Anyway, listen, there's no stock that's going to distract me. I'm here to follow through and expose naked short selling. That's it. I can't expose it in 50 different stocks. I can't be all over the place. I thought I found the stock when they got the top up minutes. I thought it was the greatest idea in the world that this company was in this market. And you just said, William, that the company got the top up minutes and that ignited all the business to come in behind it. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So that was a big moment in FingerMotion's time, correct?
Yeah.
And that's what I seen also. Only it's years later, and the business just keeps coming and coming and coming, and with bigger partners all the time. I told you before, big companies do not get in bed with small companies because of the fear that if a small company is doing something wrong, it drags down the parent company, whether it's Munich Re, Pacific Life Re, whoever it may be, AIC. They don't like to do that. They don't want to do anything with these companies. If they're doing business with big companies, you know the company's real. That's all you need to know. That's number one. Whatever it is, whatever small company you're invested in, hold on a second, William. We had someone buy 100 shares. Now it's 400 by 300. This is so exciting. It's like a hockey game. Very exciting to watch this slow motion 100 shares trading. Now, people, do you understand when I mean slow motion trading? This is slow. Grass is growing faster than this thing.
I can't find the other stock, but this gentleman is asking,
No.
do you know anything about NLST, Netlist?
I remember that stock. I can't remember. I don't remember what I knew about it. I can't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember. I got to look through. I have like 100 pages of notes of stock symbols, and I write what the story was, and I have to go back a little. If I see it, I'll post it up on Twitter tonight. All right. If I have something, I'll post it up. If not, if I don't post it, then I marked it down. If I don't have anything, if I don't have a note on it, I won't say anything. All right.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the other gentleman's stock. I can almost remember it, but I can't, and I'm trying to find it.
We talked about the other day, SPWR, SunPower. It went straight down.
Yeah, whoever it was just trying to sucker people before they got it down. But the other one was What was the other one? Darn it. There was a healthcare one that I can't remember right now. I'm having a Biden moment.
All right, well, listen, there's nothing else to say. We got 12 minutes to go, whatever, 14 minutes to go. And we turned the clock ahead. They remember each day we're getting closer to the end. Again, remember, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, it doesn't make a difference. You have to vote for Trump because it's the only chance to fix stock settlement. If the Democrat people don't want it and they got to stick up their ass and they want to vote for whoever it is on the Democratic side, your families are just going to get robbed forever. You're going to lose all your money. And not only are you going to lose your money, your kids are going to lose their money, your grandkids are going to lose money. If you can live with that, then go vote for who the hell you want. I'm not a political guy. I don't give a shit about everything else that's going on. I'm here about this. I want to live my life and do what I can for my family to survive. Go hungry.
HUMA, HUMA was the one we talked about the other day.
Oh, okay. No, again.
Huma Abedin. Huma Abedin. I can't find the guy's stock, so we'll just have I'm sorry.
This one looks interesting. This HUMA, it's at the high end of the range. 997 is the 52-week high. I'll try to look into this one.
We're all feeling stuck. That's true.
Again, I didn't develop this system. I didn't design it.
I've been fighting. Do you think Roaring Kitty made people money?
I think he slaughtered people.
Okay, that's not this guy's opinion. He thought Roaring Kitty made people money.
And listen.
Did you go away? No. This happened before. You just suddenly disappeared.
Call ended.
That wasn't me. All right. Back to logic, Steve. Let me find you now if I can. I can't find you, Steve. I can't find you. There's Steve. All right, Steve.
Call from Andy.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't know what happened. I was still talking. Listen, I'm not here. Listen, I hope people made money with the guy. This last round, what did he do? He bought the biggest filing. Every week, people were putting up all those options. I told you what hedge funds do. They buy the stock, then they buy the calls, they sell the stock, and if the calls go to zero, they make $1, make $1 million, lose 150,000. It's a pretty easy trade. I would do that every day myself. All right. So again, Roaring Kitty, God bless him. Good luck. I hope he made everybody a fortune. I'm sure there's people bagged at all different levels. And there's people still pushing it. So obviously the people still own it. So again, new people in, new people out. Again, I don't believe in, I work on an institutional desk. If you hear something, you better keep reporting back to me because the hedge funds want to know, what more do you know? We're not here for you to tell us that you bought stock and then disappear. What's going on? What's the news? What do we got? Oh, we got $4 billion in cash. That means nothing to me. $4 billion in cash means nothing to anybody. Zero. It just means that they're not going to raise any more money. That's what they said at $2 billion. They're not going to raise any more money. And they sold another $2 billion worth of stock. They should have sold the stock to the people at $60 a share, right? Instead of in the mid-20s, right?
Yeah.
How come they're doing it always at the lower end of the range, right? The stock was 80. When the stock was 80, that's when they knew they were going to do a deal. That's why the stock came crashing down. the shorts all knew that the company was going to sell them stock, or the SEC was going to force the deal, whatever it was. The next day, after he did the deal, the CEO got his court case cleared up with the SEC. I wonder if their one hand washes the other, right?
Yeah.
All right, William. So they took the 210 stock, and it was more for sale than the 400 shares that they sold, because up to 217. So I guess it was like 2,500 shares there. And those trades that just traded just shows you the volume moves up, and I don't believe there was that many shares for sale. So again, to Gretchen, there was some wash trades right there. And we got 8 minutes to go, William. 8 minutes. That's it. Nothing else. Talk to me, William.
Well, I can't find that stock. Let me go back down to my computer is frozen. Okay, go down.
Well, while we're speaking, I just changed the page on my Twitter profile. I'm changing the number from 76 to 75, and that means tomorrow it's 75. Tomorrow, whole day is 75. And you know, it's so funny. Everyone's talking about these small donations from the Democratic Party. I don't really know what that is. I just saw someone talking about it. And the Democratic Party, people are donating all these small amounts. And they whoever was donating it was hiding in all these people's names, small amounts. Well, look at that. Look at that. Look at the small amounts. Remember, I keep posting all these odd lots, 5 shares, 2 shares, 1 share trading.
Mm-hmm.
Small amounts. People don't investigate small amounts. It's the same thing, my friends. Small amounts. No one's going to look into 2 shares, 5 shares. You know, even though we get them all day long, they start to add up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, no one investigates those. They're all looking for people that are trading 100,000 shares, 50,000, 100. That's what the SEC regulators are looking for, the enforcement people. It's the small ones that count, and they don't look into that. All right, so we're down. I changed the number, and there we go. The stock is 209 to 212, and yet they market at 209 again, but they 1 share, whatever they printed.
Is private equity involved in short selling?
I'm sure. Listen, everybody, anyone who has banking connections in a prime broker, why wouldn't you take a short? Right? Do you think private equity is making money by buying buildings, houses? What do you think they're making all their money from? Do you think they're investigating? You think they're putting money in what? In biotechs and private companies? There's like 5 firms that get all the good deals. Everyone else gets nothing, right? Go look at all the names of the people that always get the new IPOs, the hottest IPOs. Tell me if you see the same names all the time.
NLST has a patent infringement award from against Samsung.
Okay, so I remember a patent infringement case with Victor Harry Charlie. Yeah, it's $4.83. They had it against Apple. Go read about how well they did. The stock was $30-something. Apple dragged them through the mud with their lawyers for years. Victor, Harry, Charlie. Go read the details of that and go look at the stock price and what happened to them and where they settled. Go look at it. Hot name, very hot. Victor, Harry, Charlie. If anybody wants to do any history work, go look at that one. Patent infringement with Apple.
Does high institutional ownership mean anything in a stock price?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. Sometimes it doesn't because it means the company's doing bad. They're stuck in it. But I'll give you an example, GameStop. In 2020, I reported on it about the high institutional ownership. You can only own 100% of a company. When I reported on it, it was 177% of the float was owned by institutions. So we were 77% already owned by institutions already, more than the float. Then you have to add in institutions that don't file that they own the stock. Then you have to add in the retail. So GameStop was naked shorted. Maybe the whole number was ownership was about 240%. They own 240% of 100%. That's how much was shorted. It was out of control. Now that number is 28% institutional ownership in GameStop. So it's completely flip-flop from 177 to 25%.
Is
3
the-
minutes to go. 3 minutes to go.
Is the stock
We-
market a casino?
It's worse. You're better off at a casino. At least you get a free drink. I've always said that. Listen, the stock market is for professional traders. Unless you're a professional trader, you're out of your mind because the game is rigged. We are exposing the criminals. Most people do not expose the criminals. All right, that's the difference. And I don't believe if I didn't have a leg up from what I'm doing or didn't understand the whole thing about what's going on from the beginning, I would 100% say, hey, I don't know what the fuck is going on. We can't do this. It's a waste of my time. But I know I'm not wasting my time because I know we caught them, they're trapped, and they can't get out. And now it's reversed, where I have all the gory details. I know everything about it. I know the crime, and I know Pat Burns coming. So it's completely changed. It's completely in our favor.
Somebody's talking about swing trading, whatever that is, for DJT.
It's the same thing. Yeah, you got to be good at it.
What do you think of DJT right now?
No, DJ, I told you what I said. You got to buy the dip, sell the rips. So if you got the staying power, you got to buy them now when it's ugly. Listen, I had people buying it from 35 down, but they sold it when it bounced up. So again, if you're stepping in, if you were lucky enough not to buy, right before 35, buy the dippers now. People that paid 35, when it gets back to 35, my advice to them is, hey, we bought it too high before. Why don't you break even? You missed that trade and reevaluate it, right? That's what I look at it. If you're trying to swing trade.
Yeah.
Remember, breaking even on Wall Street's a good thing. Don't look at it as a negative. All right, they get
Do
plenty
you
of
think
action
short
here.
interest data is reliable?
The short interest is reliable, yes.
Do you think it reflects private placements, other covering, buying back?
The real short interest on shortsqueeze.com?
Oh, the real, that's what you're talking about. Okay.
I'm talking about the real, the naked short. Yes, you know what? We talk about the naked short. The person who just asked a great question. We know they short it when we go to buy it, right? Tell me where you see them. They sell it short to us. Tell me where you see them buying it back. Can you tell me where it is? I haven't seen it. Did they buy any back today? Anybody see that? It looks to me like they sold some more and they haven't bought any back. And it's the same pattern for a long time. They do not cover. If they were covering, I can see it in GameStop. You can see them when they're covering. The stocks pop up, right? If no one's selling, how are they covering? So absolutely, I see them selling it. I don't see them buying it back. I see the buy and sells in DJT and GameStop, okay? But unless the stock's going up, there's 700 million shares short. There's a lot more to go. Stocks don't trade down when they're buying back stocks. Anyway, I'm going to go play ball. Have a great night.
Okay.
And we're down to 75 days. And thank you. If you have any questions, I'm on Twitter. Please reach out and I'll be glad to answer it. All right?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call ended.
Well, Steve, I can't find you. Can't find you, Steve. So anyway, Steve, I'll finish if I can't find you. There. Okay. This is the announcement today from Logic. Let me see where it closed. I assume it's down. No? It actually had some strength. The bid went to 0.0245. The ask is 0.0249. So that's actually compared to the close yesterday, that's up 20%, 18.76%. Small beer, I know, compared to losses elsewhere, but it's going in the right direction. So, Steve, this is Logic. Just to recap, who is short in the stock? The Neo Exchange. They did a deal with the Neo Exchange 2 years ago, roughly, at $3 a share, Canadian. There were 4 players in that deal, and they all started shorting the stock. So there's short positions out of Canada. They did a deal with, and they had done a deal previously when they were called Wayland, that there was short selling, but that's before I knew about the stock, so I don't have any idea in my head who did it, but there might have been hangover from that. So it's the Neo Exchange investment bankers, so-called investment bankers. They did a deal with Ionic Partners, and I believe Ionic was shorting all over the place. I got a letter from their attorney by email saying that not only does Ionic Ventures not short Logic, they don't short any stocks. I wonder if that would stand the test of time or the test of discovery. But anyway, just so you know, Ionic says they don't short, which is just absolute crap. They do it every day. And then there's maybe real shorts, maybe. And then there's Aubrey Advisors, Chadron Advisors, Polar, and there was one other hedge fund involved. So there's a lot of people with a real interest in suppressing the stock of this price. It's easy to borrow, and they have a massive short position. They figure it's a shell. They can get it seller boxed. They can take 20, 30, 100 million, whatever the number is, I really don't know, out of the market without paying taxes. So that's where they're in here shorting. Everything takes forever. Why? Because Aubrey Advisors is a shit sponsor. That's my opinion. For SPACs. They've done over 100 of them, but in this case, they destroyed their client. But who is their client? Is it Polar or is it the company they bring in to slaughter? I think Aubrey Advisors is just a much bigger power up lending. So anyway, there's an incentive, Steve, for these guys to keep the stock down, swapping stock, shorting it again, spoofing it, maybe selling real shares. Every time I talk about it, selling it down. But after long last, Senator, have you no decency? I think they're finally at a point where they're probably disinterested. They've probably covered enough. I think their real victim was collective audience. And I think they've squeezed the juice out of logic. Now, if they're still here, they have three advantages. One, it's easy to borrow. Two, there's going to be new management. So all they have to find is a liar to go in and dazzle them with new financing opportunities. And maybe they can use all their tricks. Three, this valuation model is still not described in the new press release. So I'll do my best. I believe, using arithmetic, that this is worth 5 cents a share. The risk is if the calculation ends up I just saw other questions here. The risk is if the CEO who wants 100 million valuation looks at the stock price and says, no, I don't want it at 5 cents. I want it at what the criminals did for it. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's also a risk. Anyway, let's just go quickly through today's news, Steve. They announced a definitive agreement to acquire, it's now definitive. 100 million. 100 million, 15% to us. This acquisition represents the first in a series of acquisitions targeting a cumulative value exceeding 750 million. That's repetitive. This propels us into the lucrative biotech domain. I'm skipping a bunch of this because a lot of it is repetitive. The combined entity plans to secure a significant capital infusion in line with the transaction. Now, here's a risk. If Ionic or Aubrey Advisors are able to come in there and bamboozle them, we're bamboozled. I don't think it'll happen. In fact, I think the financing might come from friendly sources, but I don't know that for sure. They're going to uplist by Q1 next year. But here's the key difference, Steve. Additional accretive acquisitions. They specifically put in their news announcement that any acquisitions they make are going to be accretive. So that means they're paying attention to the number of shares, and they're not going to be fooled again by the liars who represent themselves as Wall Street financial firms. Okay, so they're going to target 6, not 2 more, 6 more additional strategic acquisitions, and those are all in process now. And then they go ahead and say that this will provide a path to significant revenue by mid next year. presumably after they're listed on the NYSE. Okay, so they focus on cell-based therapy products for a range of medical conditions, cancers, age. Of course, the shorts don't care. They live forever and they never get cancer. They use the same platform I already read before. All the descriptions, I'm going to skip, Steve, I already read before. Now, the business model is new in this press release. Drug development, medical devices and remote monitoring, rare diseases, strategic partnerships, sales and marketing, cell and gene therapy, longevity therapies. And then they go on after that. So my answer to you, Steve, I looked up my cost basis for it in my IRA. My cost basis for Logic is 35 cents. Of course, that is pre-collective audience. So I have no way of analyzing what is still owed to me. I guess I do. I didn't calculate it, but there's some value in collective audience. But anyway, I paid 34.5 cents a share for my Logic in my IRA. I'm thinking about even adding a small position, just $200 worth, $250 worth, would bring down my cost basis. But on the other hand, that's just being obsessed by cost basis. So, Steve, my comments are thus, I think the risk is that the new management listens to liars like Jeff Easton, in my opinion, Aubrey Advisors, Chadron Advisors, Finance. One of them, not the first guy, the last two. One of them intentionally destroyed the Logic D-SPAC. I think it's obvious. But that's opinion and speculation on my part. What I'm excited about is there's 6 additional deals. And it indicates maybe, or presumably there could be more. There is a financing, which is a cause for concern. However, knowing what I know, I think it might be friendly, and I'll try to do some research on that this weekend. The stock is under massive shorting, collusion, criminal activity, massive. The guy from the Amex, it's happening right in front of his face, and he assumes it's just real shorts. So I've got to point out to you that he has years of experience, and he thinks systems are in place. Maybe. I always point that out because he's an honest guy, and he's not corruptible at all. You cannot corrupt him. So anyway, I point that out. My opinion is this Logic deal is terrific. I did not expect it to go up because I fully expected the shorts to sell, but in fact, it did go up. What's really exciting is that there's these others that could start falling rat-a-tat-tat. And if they're able to do the new acquisitions based on the almost simultaneously, based on the values that are given and using arithmetic, I'm going to guess you're looking at well over 750 million, 40, 50 cents a share. So I think it's exciting.
But if you're impatient, Steve, you can trade it. I know I saw here you had a higher strike price. I mean, sorry, a higher cost basis, but anyway, I'm feeling a little bit peckish. That's my best answer. 28 cents, yeah. Yeah, I think it is. That was that one. That was that company. Root, I think, is under control. Mike, I think Root is under control. It has a high short interest, but I think it's under control. It moves $5 to $8 a day, up and down, I assume. So buy the dip, sell the rip, and that's a good way. Root was destroyed by short sellers. Destroyed. They have it under control, in my opinion. But if you want to get in there, make a heavy investment, you can certainly do that. I think it's high risk. All right. I didn't get to finish the gold, and it's out of context now. So maybe I'll just skip that. I do want to say that, let me see if I can get my energy up and finish it. I don't know where to look. I'm all confused. I guess I'll look down here. The gold project that I started to talk about is here. It's in Nevada. I blocked out the name, but here is the acreage, and here's where the play is. Right above and around this is a silver mine, same type sands, that has 200 million ounces of silver. This project has silver as well. I believe, I could be slightly wrong, but I believe in Nevada, coming up from down here, going along and over, is the Carlin Trend. The Carlin Trend is a project, they call it Gold Strike, between Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining. Newmont Mining was a penny stock. It was a stock struggling back before the shorts were around, back before there was institutionalized destruction of market caps, but still it was a penny stock. Well, they had this Carlin Trend, this invisible gold, this nano gold, whatever you want to call it, at 0.033, maybe 0.03, 0.03 ounces of gold per ton. No one believed they could get it out. And according to the engineer here, it was a guy named Dr. Bill Gill. If it's the same Dr. Bill Gill I know, he also worked in oil and gas, and he was a professor or a adjunct to my old school. But anyway, I knew Dr. Bill Gill. I'm not sure it's the same one. There's probably a lot of Bill Gills in the world, because if your last name is Gill, why not call him Bill? So anyway, back in the 60s, as I understand it, Newmont was a penny stock. Dr. Bill Gill had this process, and one of the people in Newmont supported Dr. Gill. They were working on it, but the gray hairs, the money men, the conservative types at Newmont didn't want to do it. So somehow Bill Gill got money, husband the budget, and moved forward anyway. It worked. It worked. And then Newmont came out trumpeting their successes the president said how smart they were. Newmont went from a penny stock to a huge stock. I don't know the trading now. I don't remember the price movement. I used to. But Newmont, the Carlin Trend, and Barrick Gold, they joined forces and they produce gold in these huge autoclaves using basically.
Call from Andy.
Hello? Hello? So they use these huge autoclaves to produce this gold, and it makes Nevada the largest gold producing state in the United States, maybe in North America. The resource, it's sand. They heat it, they put it under high pressure, they melt it. The resource is 0.03 by my reading of one of the annual reports a couple years ago. So it's a very small amount of gold per ton, but it's a huge resource. The Carlin Trend. Anyway, this project here, they about 15 to 17 years ago, they leased this area and they used standard fire assay or caustic fusion, actually. Third party. They sonic drilled holes. Now I'm an oil and gas guy. Holes. I forget how many, it doesn't say here, but it's something like anyway, a lot of holes. I can't remember, but it's 100 or 200 holes. They sonic drilled down, and I might be confusing that with the 200 feet, but it's a lot of holes independently done, drilled down to 200 feet. They drilled a few down to 400 feet, and those few down to 400 feet confirmed the resource was there. They did, by drilling these holes, third party, so long ago, they have to do it again. But they found 174 million tons of sand. And by using caustic fusion, they got 0.038 ounces of gold per ton, gold equivalent. There's silver here, but it's at the current ratios, current prices, it's still over 90% gold. That could change. Silver could become very valuable. So, call it 15 years ago, they proved up using standard technology with third party down to 200 feet, 174 million tons of resource at 0.038 ounces of gold per ton. Well, what the company has endeavored to do since then was to prove up, and now I'll go to a research report. This is a third-party research report. Which one can I read to you? This is in 2018. This other one's in 2017. It's basically the same, but I'll read it to you, part of it to you. This process Remember, the old sort of off-the-shelf standard process gave 0.038. Remember, Barrick and Newmont are doing 0.03 roughly. This process, the new process that they worked on for a decade, got 0.20 ounces of gold per ton in laboratory tests, 0.2. So that increased it by a factor of 6 or 7. Now, what was really interesting, and they chased this dream for a while, is the prior process gave 0.20 ounces of gold per ton in hundreds of tests, hundreds of laboratory tests. But they also got 0.59 ounces per ton of palladium, which worked out to 0.35 ounces of gold equivalent. What they were chasing is they couldn't get both out at the same time. And once you processed it, it was hard to get the other. So they were trying to come up with a process that got both out simultaneously. Now, I have to step back. The first process that did all this, and I'm not an engineer, was so-called chemistry. They worked on it, they did the tests, they built out a pilot plant. And the chemistry involved, this is nano gold. It's so small, it's like a 70th the width of your hair. It's really tiny. It's invisible. Same as the Carlin gold trend that is producing. But it's also refractory. This is out of a volcano over time. So there's a coating because of the high heat. You've got to break the coating, and then you've got to pull the gold out of solution if you leach or you melt it. All of these things, I'm not going to go into too much detail because I don't know. I think I can describe it accurately, but I don't know how much of that is under my NDA. I'd rather somebody else told it to you. But what I do know is that the chemistry they were doing, which worked over and over and over again in the laboratory and in scale-up tests that were larger but smaller than the pilot, they were getting this higher number and possibly trying to get this much higher number, which was 0.35 ounces of gold equivalent combined. That's massive. Anyway, they did it. They built it. They built out the plant. They spent something like $70 million over those years. Part of it was for salaries. Part of it was to hold the leases. But a lot of it was building the plant and developing the process. Lo and behold, as they scaled this up, you use metal, you use tables, you use machines, and they go down on the concrete. And the concrete's on top of the ground. There was, I forget which direction, instead of a negative charge, which was necessary to gather the gold, the ground and the building and the metal and maybe even the lightning rod, I don't know, it all combined to create a positive charge instead of a negative, or the other way around. And it was these little small tiny gold would come out of their shell, so to speak, out of the golf ball, out of the M&M. They'd be in solution, but these charges would start working in the opposite direction, and then it would just settle back in, and it became fruitless. So they went back to the drawing board. Now, to be clear, they can still get, using caustic fusion, the 0.038 ounces per ton. And now gold was, they were doing this, was $200 to $300 an ounce, $400 an ounce. Gold now is pushing, Goldman Sachs is saying it's going to approach $2,700 an ounce by the end of the year. So even the caustic fusion method, in my judgment, gives a meaningful value if that's all they achieve. But working through the pandemic, working through a 2020 earthquake, the team and the head engineer started working on a way to get the gold out. He bought all the microscopes and all this non-chemically. He says it's physics. So it's not about attraction anymore. And I'm going to leave it at that because I don't want to get into it. But I've listened, I've queried, and I've talked to people. For me, I believe they've got it. Does that mean it's risk-free? Maybe not. But I asked, will it scale up this time? Yes, it's physics. We've done it. And the solution to me is so elegant that it's like dried coffee. Larry King used to say, freeze-dried coffee. Why didn't somebody think of that before? But once it's thought of, it's so obvious. So anyway, there was the pandemic. There was an earthquake which damaged the pilot plant. The pandemic slowed everything down. And the engineer is out of Canada. The project's in Nevada. Travel got slowed down. Everything slowed to a crawl. But he kept going with his own money. And now, ignoring the palladium, ignoring the silver, mostly ignoring the silver, this process, which works, there is still, it's called, he's nicknamed it, there's actually two processes he developed. He's named it it's proprietary, the NMET/TPAC method. And it was 2023 that he actually made it work. And he's kept working through these months. And he came to the company and said, here's the budget. I'm not going to show you the budget, but I can read it to you. This was in January of 24. He needed $4 million. To retrofit the plant was $1 million. To then rebuild the laboratory was $1 million. And then they needed operating capital for basically 2 years, claims, and etc. It's basically another $1 million, although it's probably a little more than $1 million, depending on how you figure. And then he had one entry, which I don't like, really, which is debt repayment. But anyway, that was $4 million. They've raised what they want to raise to $5 million, but they can go forward with $4 million. They can actually, if you listen to what I'm saying, because of the money we've already raised, they can actually get started with just $2 million. They have that commitment. They have the commitment for $2 million. They have that commitment. They don't need to debt repay. So what they really kind of need is 2.5 to 3 million, and we can be down the highway. To be comfortable, operate from a sense of strength, they want to raise 5 million. Whatever, it's not up to me. I'm a small bit player here, but I'm fine with it. It makes sense. compared to the 70 million they've raised to date, which I'm told, it's very small amount. What excites me is they have that big commitment so they can go forward, which with what effectively is rebuilding the lab and the plant and then retrofitting it with the equipment and the machinery this new process does, and they can get into production in the pilot plant. I think that plant rebuild and lab rebuild and retrofit takes 3 months. They can start producing. They'll start producing 34 tons a day, and whatever that gold level, they'll start producing that gold. Now, I think they'll do that for 3 months, but frankly, as soon as they start producing gold, the word's going to spread like wildfire if it happens. And I don't think they'll be able to keep it quiet. And then they can sell the company, joint venture the company, go public, go on their own. So anyway, just referring to this again down here, I'll read it to you. The proprietary method, I'm not going to describe it, is owned and has been underdeveloped for this nano gold extraction. This new method has averaged 0.20 ounces per ton. 0.20, better than 0.20. The pilot plant uses this technology. I'll talk here. I don't know what's going on over there. So I don't know what's going on over there. Anyway, it gets 0.2 ounces of gold per ton. And let me just give you the final little bit of numbers because my computers are freezing and all that. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. All right, I'm going to talk here. If you don't hear me, you don't hear me. Now it's going to echo. I'll just cut that out. Hopefully it doesn't echo. I'm sorry for my computer. I'm not going to, there's more I can say, but I'm not going to do it. But the one thing I want to point out about this transaction, just using the 174 million tons, which were proven approximately 15 years ago, they'll have to do it again. That's part of the use of proceeds because that's so long ago, no one will believe it. But it was third party. It was third party. Just using the 174 million tons of sand down to 200 feet, first using the 0.038 recovery, that's 6 million ounces of gold, a little bit more. If they can prove out the 0.2 plus the 0.20 ounces of gold per ton, that's 35 million. That's 35 million. Now, part of the use of proceeds, they already did drill down to 400 feet several times. And they know that the resource goes down to 400 feet. It might go down much deeper because this is a big caldera. Anyway, they're going to spend money drilling more holes down to 400 feet. They're not expensive, but they're all going to be done with third-party eyes. Just drilling everything down to 400 feet, doubles the 35 million ounces to 70 million ounces. Then they're going to drill between the north zone and the south zone. They're going to drill in between. If they do that, they think they have over 100 million ounces. They can then drill outward, and they may be able to drill down to 600 feet or below. They have brine and seawater they can process. So the resource in this particular situation is, in our lifetime, they can't run out of it. What they need to do with the pilot plant is prove they can increase the recovery from 0.038, and they're highly confident, to 0.20. So again, just to repeat the numbers, if they just do that with the current resource of 174 million tons of sand, it goes from just under 7 million ounces of gold to 35 million ounces of gold resource. If they just drill down to 400 feet there on that footprint, that 35 million ounces of gold becomes 70 million ounces of gold. If they drill in between and down, they believe, and I'm getting all this information from the company and from the engineer, they believe that they can get to 100 million ounces of gold or better. If they drill outward and downward, who knows? It could be even more. But the issue isn't the size of the resource. The size of the resource is just huge. The issue is, let's, as the engineer says, let's weigh the gold. Once you weigh the gold, you take all risk out of it. Who are the natural buyers in Nevada? The natural buyers are Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining and Nevada Gold. And there's other ones there. Can they afford to do it? I don't know, because this could be huge. I used very conservative numbers. I'm not going to write them out. I'm not going to draw. I'm just going to bullet point them. Very conservative numbers. There's four scenarios. Well, there's probably five. One is it could, through some fluke, this new process fails for some reason, and there's more time, or they just give up. And I guess conceptually you could say the investment would go to zero. I'm not sure though. Even if they gave up with higher prices, gold prices, if they could get the 0.038 across this project, I have a feeling they could sell it at a price to Barrick or Newmont regardless. But I'll leave that option out. So one option is it craps out. And it's that's life. I don't give that high odds, but it's there. It stands there. I really give it low odds, like 5%, that's going to be what happens. But that risk exists, or it takes more time. Taking more time, I would have to give that kind of odds higher. So there's a risk of disappointment. All right. So what are the four alternatives other than that? That the insider group of shareholders decide to sell the company before they build out the plant. There was an offer. A big investor, a big wealthy resource guy came in to buy out the company 3 months ago, approximately. And his offer netted out and capped out at 20 cents a share. That guy's still there, and I think he would increase his offer to 40 cents. That's one alternative. I give that zero chance of happening because we've raised money now and we have the commitments to move forward. So I give that zero chance of happening. but that's one possibility. What's that? 40 cents a share. Conservatively, maybe, but I think that's the number if that happened. The second alternative would be after the loving, after the drilling, the pilot plant build out and production, the company just sells itself. The project gets sold. That could happen on a really conservative number to sell it on a really conservative number using $100 an ounce of gold in the ground, which is very low, depending on the results. Could be 2 or 3 times that. Using just the 200 feet, it would be a range, but using the lowest side of that range, $4 a share. $4 a share. Going into a joint, the last two options, going into a joint venture, I guess it's 4 in total. Going into a joint venture or with a big company or going their own way. So that's 2 different ways. Joint venture, they come up with the same number, but the number could be much bigger than this. A joint venture where you have a big boy pay your way, but you're in it with them, raising money and meeting your half or whatever, and then selling. I think it's $40 a share, and I think that's minimum. I think the numbers could be much bigger. My preferred way, and I can go get the financing, is to build out the plant. Right now, this 1 or 2 rounds would build out the pilot plant. I'm talking about building out a commercial production plant, be a lot more money invested. But I think the stock price could go to 40 cents, or it would be private and the distributions. But it could, not 40 cents, $40. But it could be much, much more than that, many multiples of that. So this offering is 4 cents a share. Could go to 0, I guess, or it could take a long time. It could just sit there. It won't. It could go to 40 cents. I give that low odds, very low odds in a transaction. Or the company gets sold, enters into a for sale agreement in the first quarter of next year, second quarter of next year, maybe first quarter. And that would be $4. And I'm being conservative, $4. So 4 cents to 40 cents, 4 cents to $4. Or the company does a joint venture, or it goes its own way for a while. And maybe it's $40 plus per share. So those are the outcomes. It could be much bigger than that. Those outcomes are based on the sort of depending on it, the analogy, the baby bear, not the papa bear, not even the mama bear. They're based anyway. So if it interests you at all, email me on that address, and I'll put your name. Ultimately, you're going to have to give the company your name, your phone number, your address, and how much you're interested in. I'll give it to the company, and they'll send you the documents. All right, I'm done with that. I'm really excited about it. I've been an investor in the company since 2009. And somebody said, "Are you bragging?" No, I wasn't bragging. I think I have put into the company over the years something like $350,000, mostly in the private placements, but some in the open market. And it might be more than that. I don't want to think about it. But all I can tell you is the company's at the finish line. There is risk. But for this offering, you can replicate my entire position for very little money, probably 25 grand. You can replicate my entire ownership position, which I paid 10 or 15 times more for. So the risk reward is right to me. The time is short and the price is unbelievable. There's still risk in it though, and I don't want to discount that. But it has short squeeze upside. Okay, somebody asked me, did I talk about logic? I did, but I can do it again. I'm not going to go into the big long-winded thing I did before, but I'll just point it out to you. This is the news they made today. So no slippers, Freudian slippers. Let me tell you the risks, which I do not think are going to happen, but I just have to be upfront about the risks. This stock has been under enormous short selling, counterfeiting pressure. To the extent that they continue doing that, that's one risk. Second risk, management's going to change. And if new management can be bamboozled and flamboozled by lying financial groups like, in my opinion, others don't hold my opinion, Aubrey Advisors or Chadron Financial, they could enter into a toxic or just a financial arrangement where a group like Polar sells. So that's a second risk. A third risk is these valuations are of and around management who knows the numbers. If management so if you do the arithmetic on this deal, it should be 5 cents a share. Pretty simple arithmetic. But if the criminals have the stock trading at 2.5, and it looks like it's already asking 3. I wanted to I wanted to put $200 in at 2 cents. It doesn't look like there's going to be a chance now. We've all had the chance to do something, but it doesn't look like that opportunity is going to be there. So I wouldn't chase it. I wouldn't tomorrow go chase it because they're going to step away while it runs up and then they may stop it down. But anyway, that's a risk, is if they don't stick to their guns and they get the liars and they use the lower number. The final risk, which is kind of hard, Freudian slippers, no slippers, is it's hard to explain. And I might be wrong, but this first deal is valued at 100 million, and we get 15% of it post transaction. Well, in this document, the first time they talked about a series of deals being worth over 750 million. To me, if you do one deal and we get 15%, and then you do the next deal and we get 15%, and then you do the next deal and we get 15%, and you do the next deal and we get 15%, and then you do the next deal. In my skeptical brain, I figure, well, we're getting 15% each time. But if we had done all the deals out of the gate, our 15% would be a bigger percentage. It would be 15% if they did all 6 deals at the start. But if they stretch 6 deals out, at the end, we'll have 15% each time, but we won't have the same ownership as if we just did them all at once at the beginning. And I have a hard time. I can see the other side of that. And so I might be wrong. And it just might be something we have to live with anyway, because every time a deal gets done, a CEO has to announce it. Every time a boo bird comes out, they can lie, they can make up information, they can do it. Gary Gensler doesn't care about that. All right, now, Freudian slippers. What I want to tell you is, I think all of those risks exist, but I don't think they're going to happen. I do not think they're going to happen. Do you know today, because of this news, the ask has gone up on Logic by a penny, and that works out to 50% up. So this is being viewed as very good news. Unfortunately, I was unable to add to my position. It's always like that. I always just an observer. All right, so no slippers. Why do I think they won't do it? Because the current CEO, Brent Sun, I think recognizes the risk. I think he spoke up directly to Aubrey Advisors, and I think he will at least have an advisory role here. So, and I also think financing may come from friendly sources, not from the criminals on Wall Street. All right, so I told you the risks. What's good about this no slippers? It shows you that they are executing on their plan, and they are adding value. Even this one is worth 5 cents a share. If you're a short, are you going to bet against that? I don't think so. It's the biotech area, which is great. They do say they're going to have to raise capital, which I guess is another risk, but I think they'll do it from friendly hands. They want to be uplisted by Q1 next year. NASDAQ or NYSE. I prefer NYSE. But here's the big good news, no slippers. They're targeting 6 additional strategic acquisitions, which are in process now, and will provide a path to significant revenues by mid-2025. Let's say that differently. They are working on 6 additional, so that'll be 7 significant revenues within 12 months. Who's going to short into that? It's a robust market potential, cell-based therapy, advanced treatment for stem cells, viruses, novel approaches, gene therapy, longevity, anti-aging, anti. Drug development, medical devices, remote monitoring, rare diseases, strategic partnerships, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Now, the previous press release, which I read earlier in the video, and now I can't find it. Here it is. The previous press release, which was 2 months ago. This acquisition represents the first in a series targeting a cumulative value exceeding $750 million. Well, if you do the arithmetic on that, no slippers, it's hard to do based on the current 300 million shares. It's not an exact science because as they raise money, there may be more shares, but it works out to around 45 cents a share. Call it 40 cents. Stock's trading at 2 cents. Not anymore. Not anymore, it's not. Not anymore. All right, so that's logic. I talked about gold. I gave you, I mean, you don't have, the idea of the mining deal that I have is this is something you'd never see. Doesn't mean it doesn't have risk, but it has the same short squeeze potential ideas that you were looking for in GTII and Fngr and in other things. The difference is there are no shorts in it. And it's a hey presto. As soon as they weigh the gold, the valuation jumps and the shorts can't do anything about it. Negative people can't come on here and do anything about it. It's simple arithmetic. You take 0.038 times 174 million ounces, you have a number, 6.6, 6.7 million, sorry, times 174 million tons at 0.038 ounces of gold per ton. You come up with 6.6, 6.7 million ounces of gold. If you can increase your recovery rate to 0.2, but it could be higher, using that same 174 million tons, you increase this almost 7, call it 6 million ounces to 35 million ounces of gold. And you can know about it within 6 months of the time they start their work, which I think is at least 2 months away, because in August, nobody does anything. But it could start in September. But conservatively, I think we're looking at first quarter at best next year, maybe second quarter. But it takes only 2 to 3 months to build it out and get into production. Once the production starts, people are going to start talking. But anyway, the movement is from 6 million ounces of gold to 35 million ounces of gold. If you assume they have, the process does work and they do sonic drill down to 400 feet, just where they are, that 35 million becomes 70 million ounces of gold. And if they drill in between down to 400 feet, it becomes just around 100 million ounces of gold resource, assuming success, 100 million ounces. If they drill outward and down, it could be double that. Dream a little bit. And if you're a part of 100 million ounces of gold discovery, you can Google it. It's the biggest discovery in North America, maybe ever, but certainly in the last decades and maybe in the world. It is gigantic. Now, those are the potentials. The key is avoiding this somebody coming in and stealing the company inexpensively. Luckily, we've already raised enough money and already have commitments for approximately 2.5 million out of the 5 million total raise. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We may already have raised the whole 5 million. I'm waiting to find out. When I say we, it's the royal we. It has nothing to do with me. Although I'm working on the bigger raise. And I want to go to London and get it done if I can. All right, so I talked about the gold. We talked about Fngr. We talked about GTII. We talked about Logic. That's kind of where I am. All right, no slippers. I'll look it up. Thank you, Red Pepper. Jordan. I don't know about thousands. Jordan, I have about 12 of you that enjoy what I do. I don't know, but thank you very much for saying that, Jordan. I really appreciate it. Just one person means something to me. Yesterday, I found out that Susan Michaels got her shares of NextBridge in her hands. That's enough for me to feel like, wow, you did something good today. Well, not today. It took a while. It has to happen to here, but I don't think it's, they're not necessarily smart, and they don't necessarily have more money than God. They cheat. They break the rules, and Wall Street is set up to protect them. They can't cheat with the money that makes them richer than Croesus. They have to do it in the dark, in the shadows. But Gensler is bought out. Adian Friedman is bought out. Robert Cook is bought out. Chuck Cromwell Cheese is bought out. And Wagner, I think, is bought out. Congress is bought out. Everybody's bought out. Your broker-dealer's bought out. Your broker-dealer should be asking for receipt. They don't. So it's all in my opinion, just to remind everybody. I think Fngr should be $5 now myself, 4 to 6, but don't chase any of this stuff tomorrow. If you already have a position, just live with it and don't chase anymore. Put orders in underneath. They will attack. On Friday, they will attack. They'll try to attack Monday morning. All right, I'm going to give up. I'm starving. I'm absolutely starving. And I don't know how much sense I'm making. It's 5 o'clock. Peace, love, and happiness. Thank you for tuning in. I thought that was very helpful. Martin Shen's talk on Fngr today, taking questions, I thought was great. I'm gonna I hope this is okay to do, and you can tune out if you don't want to hear it. But I do want you guys to pray for some of you, like Jenny L. and Anna, Queen of Trades, but others for their strength and their hard work and their perseverance. And you know the names. I could give you some, but I'll always forget and leave out some. But as we sign off, I want to make a prayer that Dad long ago told me that what we do is our great intercessor is Mary. And I think in this fight that we're in, we need help from the big man. And I'm just going to read the memorare without doing all the genuflecting and crossing because I don't want to offend anybody. But I hope Mary allows that I don't do that. But I just want to read the memorare I'm asking Mary to help us bring integrity, settlement, and honesty, which is the same as integrity, I guess, but transparency to U.S. securities markets so we can bring back the American dream, jobs, tax revenue, and each of you, have a way of recovering your losses. I don't know what else to do. I've tried everything I can do. I think it's time to ask. So I'll just read the memorare. With that broad request in mind. Remember, O most gracious Virgin Mary, that never was it known that anyone who fled to your protection, implored your help, or sought your intercession was left unaided. Inspired with this confidence, I fly to you, O Virgin of Virgins, my mother. To you I come. Before you I stand, we stand, sinful and sorrowful. O Mother of the Word incarnate, despise not our petitions, but in your mercy, hear and answer us. Amen. All right, I'm going to sign off and we'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.